Haven't heard from him, huh?
No. Unless there's something in the last couple of minutes since I got nothing.
He's more.
What's that? Good. How are you doing?
Is that door locked for a reason?
Just
Nobody-
because I remembered to open it. It's open
I
now.
was like, what time is it?
Nobody's got nothing unlocked that one. We wasn't trying to lock you out.
Too bad. I wish I would have.
Pull the shade, turn the lights out.
Meeting's over.
I was wondering. Didn't even sound right.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, America, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, we just want to thank you today for letting us all be together here. Thank you for the fair that's happened in the county in this past week, and we ask that you just watch over this meeting and watch over all our citizens and our employees as they go about their lives this week. In Jesus' name.
All right, good morning, everybody. I'll make a motion that we read the bills from last week. This one's already,
Bills or the minutes?
or the minutes, sorry.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Make a motion, we approve the claims in the amount of $618,264.44.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Got one abatement this week.
I'll make a motion that we approve the ads and abates 2023-312 in the amount of a negative $18.24.
I'll second. Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 One second, catch up. Sheriff's report, looks like we have 75 prisoners total. One farmed out, 50 farmed in, total 911 calls is 76, 4,578 jail contacts, 491 calls for service, 24 civil service papers served, 4 VIN inspections, 16 new open cases, 2 closed, 2 vehicle crashes. SR activities is 0 at summer break. Bailiff contacts is 210 and 7 livestock out. This past week, the Sheriff's Office took part in securing the Linn County Fair. Deputies worked extra shifts at the demolition derby, tractor pull, and 2 nights of the rodeo. AMR.
Good morning, Don Brooks with AMR. I've got our monthly report from August 1st to August 10th. There were 4 calls in Centerville with 0 transports, 6 calls in Lacine with 5 transports, 2 calls in Linn Valley, 2 transports, 4 calls in Mound City, 1 transport, 10 calls in Parker, 2 transports, 7 calls in Pleasanton, 3 transports for a total of 33 calls and 13 transports.
You got anything for us?
I don't have anything.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you. Randy?
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Hegwald, Linn County Rural Fire and Emergency Management. Our weekly call totals, we had 6 calls this week, brings our yearly total up to 343. I have an application for a firefighter to Station 940, which is the Parker Station. This is another one of our gentlemen that are shadowing. He's turning 18 and would like to come over to the fire department as a volunteer. It's Tristan Ewert. I'd like to hire him as probationary firefighter pending all pre-employment physical and drug testing.
Kristen, what?
Ewert, E-W-E-R-T.
I'll make a motion, we approve hiring Kristen Dewart as a voluntary fireman once he turns 18 and passes his testing.
I'll second. Motion been moved, second. All in favor, say aye.
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 That puts us at 9 out of 15 at that station. I'd like permission to hire Craig Werfel to Station 910, which is Mound City. I'll bring our station count up to 8 out of 15. Hire him as a probationary firefighter pending all pre-employment exams.
I'll make a motion that we hire Craig Werfel for a probationary firefighter for Station 910 pending his pre-employment physicals.
I'll second. Motion been moved, second. All in favor, say aye.
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 I also sent out a quote for the fire extinguisher servicing equipment. This is just the equipment to discharge them and refill the fire extinguishers and do like check the O-rings and stuff like this. This includes an O-ring kit and pretty much everything we need other than the powder to get up started servicing and refilling the fire extinguishers. This is, if we order this, it's still about 4 to 5 weeks out. So I don't know if you guys want to discuss it, look at it, if you had questions. This money has been budgeted over the last couple of years, so the money is in the special equipment for this purchase.
And you were going to open this up to be able to do public too, right? Is that what that?
If we can eventually get that way, I'd like to get the county stuff taken care of first and then see how that works out and then open it up where we can do the public ones. We got a vehicle from Sean. It's an old like bus. We're going to turn it in to put all this equipment in it where we can go around to service them. So instead of having it set up just at a station.
And what was it? What did we find out last week? It cost us, was it 15,000? Is that what you said?
When I first started, that's what I looked into and got the bills and stuff from David for fire extinguisher servicing.
I'm good with moving forward.
Yeah, I am too.
How long will it take to get this equipment?
It should be 3 to 5 weeks out. He's saying probably closer to 5 weeks. It's actually not too far from where we purchased that truck in Wisconsin, Minnesota. We were going to try to pick it up, make like a trip, but if we pick it up, then he has to charge us sales tax. Sales tax is more than the shipping on this, so they're just going to ship it.
I get it. And this is something that you and the deputy would just do themselves, or how would that work with the?
We're going to start Brian and I getting certified and then see how we keep up. If we need to, then we'll send some more people to get certified.
Yeah, I'm good with moving forward with it. Yeah, I think that's.
Make a motion that we approve the quote from Getz Equipment Innovators for the fire extinguisher recharging system in the amount of $5,829.80
That's come out of special equipment.
to come out of special equipment reserve.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? So now we need to reach out to Centos and eliminate the fire extinguisher once we get going on this, right?
Yeah, Brian and I still have to go to Kansas City to take a written test. This company actually offers us like a class, an online class. We can take it to just make sure we're good. But once we get done with the testing in Kansas City, then we can start servicing them.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you for doing that. I know it's been a long time coming, so.
No problem. That is all I have, unless you guys have something for me.
I don't.
You have a lot of, it seems like we're getting a lot of these high schoolers transferring over. How do you reach out to the schools? Do you talk to the counselors, or how do you do?
Last year was kind of word of mouth once we got one going. The very first one we had was really good about recruiting kids. He recruited a lot of these kids through the STARS program because he had classes with them at STARS. And so once schools get up and going, most of them start this week or next week. I'm going to reach out to the counselors and the principals and see if we can do, we went out to schools and done like career days before, but I'd like to get it done a little earlier this year and say, hey, you've thought about this if you're 18. If not, hey, if you're 16 or above, come start.
How
So
many do you have shadowing you now?
minus the 2 that we just put on, we still have 3. So we have one kid from Mound City, actually 2. One of them lives north of Mound City, and then we have one in Pleasanton still. So we still have 3 shadowers.
Is everybody that's reaching age wanting to get on the fire department?
Yeah, they are.
So far, everybody has.
Yep. So far, everybody, it's on the shadow program that has turned 18 has went ahead and went on.
Good.
So,
Seems like it's working out pretty good.
yeah. And the 5 that we have on there, those kids, they've been making stuff and they go out of their way to get there. And most of them still have jobs even, but especially during the summer, but they've been making a lot of calls, a lot of training. So,
So during the school hours, if there's a fire, does the school let them leave, or how's that work?
it varies. I know the Pleasanton School has allowed the student at the Pleasanton School to respond during school hours. Just depends what it is. If it's a structure fire or a major grass fire, they have nothing going on at school, they'll let him respond. So,
Good. I don't have anything else.
all right. Thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
Sean?
Sean West, Public Works Director. You may have noticed that Wall Street or 554 was painted last week. I checked it. Had some mowing done as well over there. It looks good. The Devlin RFP was sent out. And I'll have to look at the date, but it's early. I think we're got like a 3-week timeline on it to be sent back in. And then we made contact with those contractors that were identified as possibly being able to complete that project or have completed other projects similar to it, and sent that out to them. Wanted to check back to see if you had any changes for job descriptions or which ones you wanted to send out. I would encourage you to send out, at the very least, would send out the operations director and economic development so that we can get applications moving in those. As far as a county administrator, I think we may want to get input and find out what you want in that position. I think David's shown interest in other models as well that we might need to look at. And certainly that's less, as far as filling positions, less of an urgency than the other two.
So do we just need to sit down here and come up with a plan, answer questions, ask, go over concerns? I mean, how do you guys want to do that?
For which,
Everything?
for all of them? If you'd like to sit down and go through them, we can sit down and go through them. Whatever job duties or things you'd like to add to job descriptions or subtract from those so that we can get those out. Just those two that I see as more imperative than the administrator. And the administrator, again, you may want to look at different models and take other recommendations, because the model that I sent you was off what you spoke about that day, but it's certainly not what's, I think, typical of that position.
You guys just want to have a big discussion over it? David, how do you feel?
I'd say if you are thinking county administrator, we need to sort out what duties are you thinking about for that job. So, I mean, it's going to take some discussion to figure that out, because there are multiple ways that can be done. If you're talking a public works administrator or field administrator or whatever you're going there, that's really out of my area. That's more discussion with Sean and the duties on that.
I think there's a lot to discuss. Just maybe just have just open discussion about it here. You guys good with that?
I'm not really ready to move into the county administrator job. I mean, right, Ted. I mean, I know we're wanting to split it out, but I'm not in the.
I just want to be sure we're including all the job descriptions and whatever we do, just throw out all the ideas and concerns or Pros, cons, whatever you want to call it. Jason?
I would like to move forward with posting the two that we have open, the Public Works Operations Director that we're creating. And, we need to fill the Economic Development Director position. I'm fine waiting on the county administrator.
What are we gonna do on the, economic development director? How are we gonna leave it the way it is, or?
I think that's why we just should have a discussion over all of it and be
Okay.
sure I mean, I would just like to get in the details about it right here with everybody.
Yeah.
Are you guys good with that?
Yeah.
Sean? David?
Whatever we need to do.
Okay, your HVAC units. I'm reaching out, trying to get estimates for those. The reason I'm trying to get estimates and not bids would take an RFP process, and they would also expire before we got any use out of those, and probably not do us any favors when we rebid those and we're ready to put them in, if people had to bid and expose their bids and then do the process all over again. So I'm reaching out, getting estimates for those, trying to get those back as soon as possible so you'll know what the numbers on those could be. In addition to what I sent you, I had an electrical company reach out to me and tell me that out here on 52 at 750 and Murray, they're getting ready to do an entrance at a venue out by the high school. And what they're doing is changing their line setup, their overhead. I had a discussion with them because they wanted to know about permitting. And we don't, currently at this time, we don't have permitting for overhead because we don't allow any of the utility poles or fixed objects in the right of way. So we had a discussion. They plan to cross Murray with their overhead, and I advised them the only requirements at this point that they have is that there are no poles and no structure in the right of way, that they would have to get private easement for that. And they advised me that their plan intends just that, to put their poles on private property, not in our right of way. So it was a similar discussion that we've had about overheads, and it's probably something that we need to address in the future, that we make some kind of policy or decision about overhead lines, because we're going to continue to get asked, even though we're requiring them to keep their poles or structure out of the right of way, they're still looking for permitting. And we still got to talk about on certain roadways about height clearances and other things that we may need to regulate in order to get farm equipment, tractor trailers, other things through an area in the future. So it may be worth the discussion to start talking about, even though if they don't put poles in our right of way, that we regulate the actual crossing itself.
Well, I think, we talked here a few weeks ago about, redoing that entire policy, going over it and redoing it if need be. So can we get on that? The permitting process, policy,
The burial permits and the,
everything,
I can start working on that. Workload's going to dictate a lot of that, but I can start the process and trying to redo that form. And I probably would start that process by reaching out to other counties and seeing what templates they use.
Does the electrical companies have a minimum requirement they have to have their lines to cross the roads?
I'm sure you're probably minimum.
They've got to. That's what I'd say. They'd have requirements they have to meet.
And we're in the process of still putting all our permits over into that system with Darren, right?
working through that process, yes.
I think at the same time, we should work on the policy and go over it in detail, make sure we're covering ourselves and go from there. What do you guys think? I don't know how
I
big.
think
of
we
a
have changes
discussion
that need to be made.
You think that'll be a pretty big discussion, or?
Again, I think I'll start by reaching out to other counties, pulling in other templates, looking at what we've got for opportunities when we change it. Once we change it, then I'll bring copies to you of different models. And then once you pick what you like for a model, then I mean, we are either going to go forward with that and put it in that new system and start that process, or we're going to independently try to have it reviewed before we do it.
And our permits, they kind of coincide with the appraiser's office, right? I mean, they have a lot to do with having to go out and during the permitting process, they have to go out and check stuff too. Is that correct?
Well, you got mapping.
Like building permits or burial permits, any of that?
Well, on the burial permits, you would be more likely to be talking about mapping and addressing or layers in their mapping department that show the utilities and the crossings so that we find them later. And so that we don't later approve an entrance that's got a utility crossing underneath the road where the new entrance is going. So, but yes, what we're doing will affect other departments, and it will need, once we get the model picked, we'll need to be pushing it out to other departments and seeing what their input is
But we're not
on
going to
that.
be changing building permits and things that way. We're talking about the burials.
Do they fall under,
Right.
would they fall under the same permit or policy, like the building permit and the burial permit? Would it fall under a permit process or policy, or what category? They're two totally different things.
They're two totally different permits. I think the only thing that's common about them is once a year, we bring the permit schedules in and you approve, possibly under the same resolution, you would approve new schedules at the end of the year for both of those processes.
You got something?
Yeah, and as far as your question about the appraiser, building permits, sanitation permits, conditional use permits, zoning changes are all sent to mapping and the appraiser. This, I think Sean answered your question about variables.
So be sure we have everybody's input on it is all I was worried about, so.
And this will take some time to put together. Like I said, I just can't.
It's kind of like the permit that we just approved for Evergy last week. I mean, they had a permit fee to begin with, and they had a continuous fee, whatever you want to call it. I mean, what did we charge them this last time for that?
Their extension,
Yeah.
there was no stipulation. When you, as a board or a commission, give that extension, that has to be part of it. If you're charging for that extension, it has to be part of it. So all I've done is, based on the phases that they've proposed to you and the originating phase one of that, Jesse's gone out, and it's in my report, gone out and worked with them, and we've approved that phase to start based on that, but there is no extension fee that was added to that at this time.
I think that's something that needs to be talked about in the policy too, extensions. I mean, it's our time's worth something. I mean, we didn't.
Certainly, and we need to, whether it's a percentage of the original fee, if you go over a project that we charge 25% of the original fee for an extension, but it has to be something that we in the office, we can go, okay,
Right.
here it is. We know exactly what to charge you, because the worst thing that could happen would be we charge one permit holder one fee and another a totally separate fee. So I think, yes, while we rework this whole process, we address all of those issues and try to round up all the stragglers at the same time.
On the building permit side, building and sanitation, there, when I brought that to you, last year, you guys approved a fine for the lapse in building permits, and then there's an extension fee, and then there's a renewal fee, for building and sanitation.
And on that program that you have, that kind of, will that notify you when all that's going on? And okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's important that we catch up on that thing.
Actually, it notifies me, but it's on the applicant to renew the permit, and they get a notification also.
Gotcha.
Okay, we had some discussion about rock testing, and the equipment that we had, and in looking at that, one of our drivers brought it to my attention that this process is already being done by the quarries, and that we could request those reports directly from the quarries, and you should have got 4 or more spreadsheets, from the quarries showing those rock reports. When I spoke to Kurt Whitaker, he advised me that the spreadsheets may not make a whole lot of sense, but that's what we were looking at was gradation of the product. And that if you wanted him to come in, he would be more than happy to come in and explain those spreadsheets so we could find out whether or not they would suffice as far as testing or what you're looking for as far as the reports from the rock that's available at the quarries.
Well, to me, like, I think we'd be doing random testing on these piles of rock, just go out and catch a random sample. That'd be,
Did they only, I thought when they came in last year before, whenever it was, did they only do testing when they crushed? I mean, how does that?
I couldn't tell you
this
when the
one
testing reports are.
shows 6/21 to 23.
Another one shows 3/22 to 23.
Mm-hmm. And what we're talking about with this equipment we have is going out, grabbing a sample, shaking it out in screens, washing it, drying it, and then weighing it, and then having someone knowledgeable about the process build those spreadsheets by a formula. So this process is something that I'm not for sure we've got anyone qualified to do that with this equipment at this point.
So we start by having Whitaker come in.
I think he could explain those, and then if it's not what we're looking for, or if we wanted more information, we could ask him if it's available and how to readily get it. I think that's a good starting point and may give us the information we don't know about it, because certainly as far as rock testing, I'm not up to date on any of that. So
Is Harry qualified? I mean, used to have somebody in-house that was competent to be able to do this.
I can't tell you who that might have been. It seems to me it may have been, and I'm just going off the top of my head and trying to remember, it may have been Andy Mayhew or Kevin Amer, or like you said, Harry. It was someone that was able to do this, but I'm unable to locate anybody at this point that's able to do it. And the equipment, like I said, you're talking about a burner set. You got to wash it after you strain it. My understanding of it's then you've got to put it up on these burners and dry the material and then weigh it. And then you'd have to formulate by the weight
Do we have any
what the product
records
is.
that we tested this in there?
Do we have any records of previous rock testing?
Yeah, if we had somebody testing it, do we have any records to show that we tested it?
I would have to look to see if they put it, but I can't readily tell you where to find that in the system or in any of the hard copies in the cabinets. I've never run across it.
I think it's important that we have somebody knowledgeable in in the material we're purchasing. I mean, don't you guys?
I think we should be testing what we're buying.
I mean, I think we should be negotiating the price too, because I know we're their biggest clients, but we don't do that. That's another day. But
Even if we catch a sample and send it out to a third party to test it, we could do that. I mean, just,
And I think Whitaker could advise us where to reach out for third party if we wanted to use a third party. And I think if you're looking for an accurate report at this point, that would probably be your best bet.
you could get a third party inspection somewhere, but just sending the sample out.
so what are we doing on that?
Do you want me to ask Whitaker to come in and explain this?
You
And
reach out to Terracom or someone like that and see what they do, find out a company that'll test rock for us. Whitaker, I mean, we're just buying it from the individual. Why can't we test it on our own?
What about that engineer that comes in? That's
All Valley,
that guy.
the on-call engineer.
I can reach out to them and see if they have anybody that's qualified for that or have a reference for us for a company.
Okay.
All right. Next.
Road service requests received from the first year to current, 366 total, 30 still open, 336 have been closed. Current a week for 8/5/24 to today. We received 2 new service requests. One is currently open. Just sent the other last week to Todd. Activity cost by location were attached and sent out. We have worked 951 gravel roads out of 1275, which is a 75% completion. And again, the map that we sent you out, all through roadways have been worked at this time. South Shop, been grading roads all week. Installed 3 tubes so far with 2 more scheduled for Friday. The 953 has been moved to the Mound City shop, and Craig is going to look into getting it repaired at the shop. We've almost completed mowing out the blacktops in our area, and we'll be turning our attention to all 3 mowers to gravel roads by next week. North Shop met with Landfill on Monday to go over the route where the conduit had been installed. They discussed the phases and how they would like to proceed. Jesse identified the areas that were of a concern to him. They also had the same areas marked from the contractor's perspective. From that meeting, we discussed that someone would be contacting him so we could do on-site evaluation of the area. We mowed out the routes where the conduit was installed so that when Landfill came out, the areas could be looked at. Wednesday, met with Landfill, went over the first phase. Engineering firm was there and noted what we needed to be redone. They're going to put this together and send it to me, which they did. And I also shared that with mapping so it could be added to the layers for our future use on the utility mapping. Grading was done daily and mowing was done daily in the north area. We're using the excavator to trim back trees in areas where we're going to be ditching next, and have put locate request to ditch and replace culverts for next week. Pleasant blades running all week. Boom mower was sent out to 1250 in Zener. The mower went down on Monday, was down just over a day. And then we had an issue with the backhoe with an incident where it was damaged during tree work. The next thing I'm sorry, I skipped over one. The next thing I had for you was Tony Linn with Terracon would be here at 11:45 to go over the scope of service agreement and answer your questions about possible future cost for the landfill. We discussed the gates of the park and possibly setting up a camera of some kind and trying to get information about how many people may be avoiding our kiosk. The issue, I talked with IT, they didn't have anything that wasn't Wi-Fi reliant, and they suggested that if I just wanted to get photographs of those vehicles, to use a game camera, possibly from the sheriff's department. The issue with that is what I would compare it to find out how many of the cars belong there, paid, or were renters. It's going to be very labor intensive to do that. What I would suggest to get what I think you're looking for, which is an estimate of how many cars possibly or occupants would be avoiding park fees. What I would suggest would be more accurate would be get a printout from the machine and possibly 3 days during one 7-day period, one being a weekend. We go through the park, take that list, and check off how many vehicles we find in the park that are not on that list, that have come in without a permit, and give you a number for what possibly could be there daily. The camera, it would require a lot of work running those tags against the information that we have, and then also our renter information with their guests. It may not give you as an accurate total. We also got an estimate on the electrical. It's $1,500 without the gate installation. So the actual electrical is going to be $1,500. Your fiber to the gate, if we put it close to the shop building, would be no charge for installation and $110 a month. And then both of these would have to be added somehow to park permitting in order to recoup the fees.
You guys' thoughts?
I think we need to try to figure out how many people are coming in and out that aren't paying, so we can determine if this is truly an upgrade or not.
That's what I'd like to see too, before we go spend a bunch of money for a gate. It pays back to us. The camera deal, I mean,
We
it may
can-
be labor intensive, but
We can start by checking off, see what that shows us. Is that okay?
I mean,
The reason I suggest the printout over the camera, one, it's less labor intensive, and two, for the list that we're looking
I
at,
think it's talking labor intensive. I think that the gates would eliminate a lot of labor that our manager / marina clerk / ticket checker / campsite visitor would have to do. I don't feel, I mean, and for the safety of her, Sean, when he was up there, he has a background in law enforcement. He knows how to defend himself. I don't feel like that's Sherry's job to be going to every individual campsite and checking people's tags. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she doesn't mind it. I mean, maybe, but will the next lady mind it? I just feel like that's unsafe. I think we're really far behind there. beyond the money, I think it's way more safe. That's just my opinion. Thoughts, comments?
I'd still like to know if it's feasible.
I would rather, instead of spending the money on the gates, if we did put more parking spaces out there, pay for the money for that, for more hookups. Till we see what I'm saying is, I don't know that we're gonna recoup what we're gonna spend by the people, the illegal people that's coming in.
That's my concern as well.
I don't think we're recouping any money out there right now, and we're not doing anything to change it. We can say all day that we're in the positive at that lake. We're not at all.
Well, again, if you're looking for a set of numbers, I think the best thing to do is make a printout and run through the park. The reason I say that is it's going to be more accurate, and a large group of those numbers can readily be checked off on the list because they are renters and we know who they are and know their cars. So unlike going through a series of tag numbers, it's going to be a lot less labor and probably a lot more accurate to do. And then a game camera trying to catch a tag well enough to read is probably going to be a challenge as well. So if that's something you're interested in, I think we can facilitate
Who's gonna
that.
man all this? Who's going to do all this?
Well, I would get with Sherry. Robert is coming back here very near future, and it will be under some restrictions. And I would get with Sherry and see if either the part-timer or Robert could facilitate this and see if she needed any extra help doing it. But if you wanted 3 days out of a week, or you wanted 7 days out of a week and wanted a random sample of noon on every day for a week, or noon 3 days 1 week with a weekend, or both weekend days, however you wanted it, we can try to facilitate it and get you some type of information back.
I think it needs to be over the entire week for it to be accurate.
Okay. Is there a timeline when you'd like to do it?
I mean, I'd like to get it done as soon as possible. But every time we come up with a discussion, it's a 7-month project to get anything done on it, and we still don't get nothing done. It's like the reservation system out there. Where are we at on that?
I'll have to check. I knew that we had reported back on it, but I didn't bring the latest update on that.
So we're gonna have to consider all the people that come down on a Wednesday from Kansas City to reserve their spot Thursday, Friday, so they can stay Saturday, Sunday. So like, it's crazy what we do out there, in my opinion.
And I know the reservation system that you're talking about, the one that we were looking at, is part of this gate system. It goes hand in hand with it. You can either put the gates in or just use the reservation system, but it was part of those total numbers that I gave you on both.
And
But if you'd like a random sampling through the next week, I will make that happen and then come back to you next week with those numbers.
Okay.
Noxious weeds. Last week, they attended the monthly Noxious Weed Director meeting in El Dorado, Kansas at the Oil Field Museum. At that meeting, they signed up to work a booth at the upcoming Power of the Past Antique Tractor Show in Ottawa on September the 15th. Chemical reps attending updated us on trending chemical prices. After the meeting in Mill, they toured the Oil Field Museum, learned the history of El Dorado, and some of the noxious weed challenges of the Flint Hills area. Tuesday, with the assistance of maintenance personnel, they performed the monthly pest control at the Judicial Center, including jail and access to the maintenance chase behind the pods. They continue to work on Johnson grass spraying, including spraying culverts, tubes, bridges, guardrails as they go. This will continue through August and September. Also continue to meet with residents needing cost share vouchers, encouraging anyone needing those to contact Johnny as we're halfway through the cap amount, or only about halfway through. So the cost shares and the money that you've set aside for those, the numbers we've got, typically we've spent quite a bit more money by this time. The cost shares that we've written have been a lot smaller areas, and we're encouraging anyone needing chemical for spraying that qualifies for the program to get with Johnny and take advantage of that cost share program. Maintenance had an inspection from HSB on our boiler system. This is not the fire inspection. This is an insurance inspection, just to make sure that we're still within the guidelines of our carrier's requirements. And the only other thing I needed was, I think we can probably do it in 5, if you want to do a 5-minute executive session for non-elected personnel.
Sean, where are we at on 900 road? I know I asked this last week. You were going to ask the engineer. He said, I remember he said that it wasn't going to take very long, but it's been.
Yes, we're still waiting on the Corps of Engineer permitting. And
Has our plan been approved?
our first initial permit from the Water Resources has been approved, and it was approved rather rapidly. So we're still waiting on the Corps of Engineers review, is my understanding, and while he's waiting on that, he's sourcing the materials for us. But I will reach out and get an update when I reach out on the rock and the testing as well, and send that out in my next report.
I just feel like that once we get an answer on that, we're going to go back to the material, and it's going to be a 2-month wait again.
I hope to have the material, once we have the permit, to have the material sourced and priced and be ready to put it in the ground. I think the permitting is the longest process, and he was a little shocked initially that we got the first permit so quickly.
You guys got anything? You got anything?
Nope.
You need 5 minutes, what?
For executive session for non-elected personnel.
I'll make a motion to go in executive session for 5 minutes for non-elected personnel with Sean.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We'll be back at 9:59. No, oh, sorry. I'll make a motion that we extend executive session for 15 more minutes.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We had no action from executive session. David, do you got anything? Are all the tow companies here? Is it just two of it? Okay. We got you on the schedule for 10:30, but if you guys want to, I wish the sheriff was here.
Wait on the third one, isn't there? There are three.
Thought there was.
Should be three if they're all showing up, and I have no idea.
Open it up for public comment.
Yeah, we'll wait if there's three. Right now, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Somebody has a desire to come up here and speak, come up, tell us your name and what your comment is. I have a public comment at the end of the meeting, but I'm not going to do it right now. So, nobody has anything? It's a first. We're doing it right, guys. We finally figured it out.
You had a good week, man.
Where's Tom? You don't get to do public comment no more. All right. Matt, we'll close public comment. Who is the other one? Is it Dave's Towing, or is it that what it's called? Dave's Towing?
That's the one we.
Would you guys want to? David, you got anything else right now that we can discuss? Do you guys want to take a 11-minute recess until 10:30?
It's fine.
I'll make a motion that we recess until 11:30 when we'll talk about the tow companies.
10:30.
Or sorry, excuse me, 10:30.
I'll second.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Get Kevin over here.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't get you seconded that.
Jim. Passed unanimously.
Got
What?
Passed unanimously.
I said it, you just didn't hear me. Said it quiet.
Silence is accepted.
Call from my office, the sector called in, they are out on a call right now. Something with our sheriff's office is why they're not here. Said they'd come as soon as they could, but they don't know how long that's gonna be.
Do we have budgets, any budgets to talk about, or?
Well, I don't know. You guys haven't taken any action on road or solid waste, which is kind of why I put that on there to see if you wanted to do anything on them today. But other than that, I'm still working on the county budget, and I'll have that all put together next week for you to look at before we publish. And I think probably from what's published, you'll want to make some cuts because I think it's going to be pretty high on the initial run through it, but there'll be places we can make changes.
Okay.
I had talked to CK Mental Health, and I talked to Job, and I was confused on what I guess what he sent us. He said those were the numbers. I thought that was just what was unpaid, which we had a small discussion about it, but I just told him I couldn't understand what exactly what that meant, those numbers he'd sent to us. I don't know if you guys could or not, but I had told him I didn't think that's what we were looking for, but I didn't want to speak for the commission, but I told them that we were at 68 last year, and we talked about the 3%, put them at 70,040, I believe, or something like that. Right? So I told him that's what I thought we were thinking, that we had talked about, that we hadn't made any motion or anything on it, but yeah, I told him that's where I thought we were going to be. So if he said if we had any more questions or whatever, to reach out to him. So
Okay.
I just made them aware of where we were at on that. So
Well, I'm good with that, and tentatively approving the 3% from what last year was.
yeah, good with
Yeah, and I plugged that in our program with 3% more than last year on it, so that's what I've got in there at the moment.
I reached out to Kevin. I have not heard back from him yet.
So anyway, you've got 2 of your 3 that are on the towing rotation here. The other one is actually out on a call, so however you want to handle that, but you have 2 of them here that came in.
You guys want to come up? We'll just kind of, introduce ourselves to you guys. If you guys want to introduce yourselves to us, and we'll go from there.
You can bring a chair up.
Yes, yeah, you can sit right here if you want.
Jason, John,
Dan.
I'll sit on one side. Jason,
Dan.
Danny, how you doing?
Jim Johnson.
I'm Ron.
Jason, David Lamb on the board.
Well, I don't know if we've ever had you guys in here before, but we appreciate you guys coming in, and we're just trying to figure out the best route here. I know that we've ran into a few issues. I don't know with who, with what, exactly the issues were. I know one was about cars being towed out of county, right? That were picked up in Linn County. I know that we have a policy which says you have to have a tow lot in Linn County, correct? You guys probably know more about the policy than I do, but so I know we're huge on that. And then the rotation thing's kind of a big deal. What was the issue last week? You guys were
Time frame.
The time
called.
Time frame to get to pick up the vehicle.
And then I think we wanted them to, is there any other changes that we should be looking at in the policy?
We just wanted you guys to input on a lot of stuff.
What your idea was to make our policy better, I guess, is that's where I look at it is.
I mean, I guess you guys have a copy of it.
I do.
So you know
Yes.
what it states. It's pretty plain, the policy, I think anyway, that you have to be a Linn County business and you have to have a truck in Linn County
Right.
all the time, not just once in a while, but you gotta have your truck in the county. And on it's your day, you gotta have driver's license in the county. So there shouldn't be no long waits,
Now, was the weight from the other one, I guess?
Yes.
Is that where we're at?
Yes, we were. There's been some calls, one in particular that I know of. I mean, like the one today, I don't even know anything about the tow call. If we don't go on it, we don't
Pay
want to
attention.
know anything about what's going on. I went on one. They waited on another tow company for over an hour. They called them. They said, yeah, they're en route. And they waited and they waited. And I think the deputy told me it was an hour later they called him, where you at? So we're not going to be able to make it. And so then they had to turn around and call me. I was next on rotation. Well, this is the middle of the night. So I mean, it took me 30 or 40 minutes to get up and get dressed and get there. So the deputy was out there for close to 2 hours.
What's a typical wait? I mean, in your guys' opinion, you guys are, what's a typical wait from the time your dispatch gets a call and you guys get?
For me, and this is me being stationed right there in Pleasanton, I know he comes from Centerville. I think 30 minutes, Blue Mountain and Parker for me is about 37. At night, no way. There's too many deer on that road.
Yeah.
40 minutes, now, and I'm sure for him to come all the way from Centerville over here is a little, like say, that little
Yes.
town. In
30, 40 minutes,
Yeah.
But
depending on where it's at.
do you want us to put a time in the policy? Or should we continue to leave it vague in that a reasonable time? That way we're not, because we don't want to get to where we don't have anybody participating.
Well, my personal opinion, and remember, I come from Missouri side, so I have a lot more laws and stuff to deal with over there than you guys do here. So for our rotation over there, it's a whole lot more strict. And so I think there should be something, because if there's a time these guys are taking an hour, no rather.
Is that where we need to put it? If you should be able to make it in 30 to 40 minutes, then we set the time at an hour and.
Well, I think, no,
Within an
it's too long.
Hours too long. I don't see anywhere,
And him and I both are saying 30 to 40 minutes is a good, and that's at night. Well, during the daytime, that's me.
There's going to be,
Factors and everything.
in the wintertime, snowy, icy.
Right.
I mean, those are
A
understandable.
lot longer at 20, 30 mile an hour than it does at
Right.
highway speeds.
So you have to,
That's what I
from
mean.
time of dispatch, within the hour, you have to.
So where do we go there with that? I
It's
mean,
hard to say. You got to be there when there's so much time. When if you throw in ice or, sometimes it's really hard to get.
Well,
traffic.
We're understanding of that,
Well,
but
I don't. But if you call somebody and they don't show, I mean, it says right in here, they're
Suspend them.
Suspend them from the deal if they're not there within a reasonable time. And
So if we go down to just 2 people on rotation, how does that affect you guys? Is that,
I think last time when it was just me and him last time, I think we handled the county very well.
it don't, I mean,
It don't affect us any more than anybody else.
the more the better for me as far as I'm.
the workload's not going to hurt you. Okay.
No, it's not, I mean, 2 other drivers, but unfortunately, we need to be here today, so our driver.
now does your call go directly to the driver? I mean, when it's,
During the day, it goes to the office and
Okay.
they're supposed to call me at night. Sometimes they still wake mom and dad up in the middle of the night, then they call me. But yeah, there's 2 phone numbers on their deal. But
I heard we're changing to 1 phone number because the new Outlook, the new program went to 1 phone number.
so you have one, you're going to one?
Oh, mine's always been 1, except for somehow they got his number. I don't know how they got his number, but mine's always been 1.
okay.
Can yours go to one? I mean, was that something that,
I'm not sure. My cell phone, we have a metal building we work out of. Cell phone depends on if I'm standing here. Yeah, if I'm standing over there,
No.
right?
I don't get service. But so that's why it's best to call the company, the phone number for the business.
Okay.
Can you
During the
transfer
day.
your line at night? I know mine does from Crocky, and I transfer mine to my cell phone.
I'd have to look into it.
Okay, yeah, it's pretty simple. It don't cost.
I know the sheriff had a concern over that because
That's just something he brought up about,
I know he took all the other phone numbers off and put 1 phone number for this month's rotation list. So
Okay.
and 2 numbers on there. Might want to check and see which one he's
Yeah, I
got
don't
because
know.
they went to 1. They only put 1 on there. Back pull that up so you can see it.
What, is there anything else in that policy that you guys, so here's the, so for the last, how many years I've been a commissioner, every year there's always an issue.
There's always an issue.
Be
There's always
it,
gonna be an issue.
you know, and I just want to
So
be sure
right
that
now,
we're,
put in there where somebody can say, okay, we have a 30-minute standard ETA, depending on weather conditions and so forth like that. Can we extend the time? So
Right.
understand, and two, that calls got to come from the time they call us, because sometimes dispatch gets busy. So the officer requested it, but it may be 10 minutes later before they've contacted us. So we need, that call needs to come from the time that the
Dispatch
calls-
notifies you.
It notifies us. Does our 30-minute start or 40 minutes or whatever it may be. The other thing in there, it stated that we had to have an office in Linn County, and we had to have a mailing address in Linn County, which I know I will company by that. I actually bought a building. I like it over here. I like the community. I like the guys I work with. I like more sometimes. You can ask more to like. But if I can't be in the county, I'll ask him to cover for me, because I know he's going to cover it in a timely fashion. I'm sorry, I'm not calling it. That's just my opinion.
It states right in there, it's designed to be preference given to services that pay local property tax,
Yeah.
local wages, and are a member of the actual community instead of having somebody drive in from out of county.
And that's
Take
why we
it to
put a
the-
lot in.
And that's what's happening.
That's what's happening to us with the other one that just coming from
Yeah.
Fort Scott.
I mean,
I don't know exactly where, but
Yeah.
out of county.
Yeah. I mean, we made sure we bought a building in here, which I tried to buy other property in here because I wanted to expand, and just didn't. Well, I made sure my trucks are tagged in Linn County, and yes, I still have half of my fleet is tagged in Missouri. So I run. Right now, we're at 7 trucks. At any given moment, yes, there's time to, and I do have some apportion tags on some of my other trucks so that they can cross state line, come here and handle business. But then you're still getting the tax money that we needed to, and the tax money should go to these kids, because that's where our tax money goes, is to the students, to the schools, to the roads. They should be, but if we're sending it all down there, we don't get nothing. It's not fair for our community to have our money going somewhere else. These kids deserve a good.
So you're saying he don't have a lot here in our county?
He has a lot. That's all he has, is a lot.
Okay.
And he pays rent. So what do you get out of it? It's not yours.
that was a big old deal during COVID.
Yeah, that was big old.
I had COVID that day.
Yeah, over that day. I remember that whole ordeal. Yeah, that was a bad deal.
Okay,
We've been,
so put in a time limit to make it that way.
people can be punished for it, and I expect to be punished too. If it's taking me an hour to get on scene, and me personally, let's see, and that's where it's really hard, because you guys have been doing your way over here for years, but I came from over there where it's up to the officer that he can suspend us right there on site for 3 days until an investigation, through the sheriff's office or through you guys, because if we don't do our job properly, take the sentence, and that's just, it should be, because it's their house. And I said, all these firefighters are sitting on the side of the road for an hour and a half, working an accident while the officer left. I know this instance, but that officer had to leave to go on another medical call. Fire department sat there for an hour and a half waiting for tow to show up. That's ridiculous.
So how would that affect you? Like, so say you got suspended for your rotation for that following week. Would you be able, if we had
It's just on a 24-hour rotation, right?
Yeah, it's just 24.
So you just expend
Yeah, he's suspended for a day, basically.
For a
the third
day.
I'm back on. But, and after, or 3 write-ups, if you got 3 complaints on your ass, I'm sorry, we have a problem. I've got a problem. And that's what, that kid right there is one of my drivers. He needs to know what he's got to be facing, because that's his life on job.
Right.
His paycheck's on the line. If he doesn't be here in time and he's not doing his job according to satisfactory of everybody else, then we've got a problem, and that's just like we never had the paperwork. We never had paperwork here in this county.
Now, do you guys have trucks for semis and everything?
I do.
You don't have?
Not semis, no, we don't get enough calls. We contract with other towers to
Yeah.
do semis, we don't get
You
enough
do? You got
calls.
contracts with the?
No, but as expensive as they are, we don't.
Right.
have no
Right.
business in
Yeah.
Linn
I
County.
understand. I just.
Understood.
Pay for
How you work it.
that kind of money. But if you don't have any truck in Linn County, it says right here,
Done.
you should be expelled from the list. It's in your it's in your tow deal. So, I mean, the way I understand it, I may be wrong, it's up to the commissioners to enforce this. It's not up to the sheriff. It's actually
Right, because it's our commissioner's policy.
This was part of a settlement of a lawsuit to develop a working tow policy. And right now, I don't think you guys are, not by any fault of yours, I guess, but you're not in compliance because there's tow people.
Because the truck isn't in the
Truck and
county.
driver in Linn County.
You know,
So,
go ahead.
okay, I mean, when we got this complaint regarding this, my initial thought was that they should be suspended for a period of time. And in order to come back on the list, they should have to be able to prove that they comply.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. You know, and I mean,
And to follow the policy. If we
correct,
suspend them, and you have to follow what the policy says, states.
correct.
I mean, it may,
You know, and I mean,
And then that,
do we start at a month? Do we start at a week? I mean, I don't.
what do you mean, the suspension?
Yes.
Well, they say
Didn't it say in there?
3
It
days.
says a definite, for a definite time, or be suspended from the rotation for an indefinite time up to 6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, me personally, I mean, if we're gonna stick to 6 months, 6 months. You know, right off the bat, that'll teach all of us a lesson real quick. I tell you what, that'll hurt a company real quick, you know, and especially coming into the winter season, stuff like that. You wanna make sure all your shit's in order. You know,
if we have Linn County employees, we pay Linn County tax, we buy our parts and our fuel in Linn County. I mean, we are a Linn County business. We have been for close to 42 years now. And this is just for the Linn County tows. I mean, anybody can tow in Linn County
Right.
that has a tow
Right.
truck.
Right.
Like a legal
You're just saying the
license.
sheriff's department, if somebody chooses to not have it.
Yeah, I mean, we're not saying that they can't come up here and tow if you want them to tow you, you can call. them.
Call anybody you want.
Go off
Right.
their policy.
This is just for Linn County.
The non-preference too.
Right. You're in a rotation if there's no preference to anybody, that's your,
So the last,
department uses you too.
the last time when we had our other issue, we kicked them off for 12 months.
so they've already been suspended.
No, not this one,
Oh, okay.
a different one.
But I think those after they come back under a different name, maybe.
Yes, yeah, the other one, they changed names like they changed their,
But they get their email at the same address.
Okay.
the other companies underneath the same number.
So going ahead and putting in a time limit, stating that's from the dispatch call, 40 minutes, depending on weather.
I think that's fair. I mean,
And we're not, gonna-
Make it, and then add a paragraph in about write-ups from the sheriff's department.
personally, yeah.
What do you mean, right?
So if there's an issue, so like in this case where they were late or something that way, a write-up for your file, so that we're not just, that has to be delivered to you. That way we're not just,
Saying, picking on somebody.
yeah,
You know,
need
there's
to-
3 write-ups, and then they have the chance to say, hey, well, this is the reason why I was late to this one. They have a chance to come in here and explain themselves.
You need to know, I mean, if you guys are the ones enforcing it, you need to know that there is a problem before it
right,
gets into a big problem.
right.
But this has been a problem for some time.
Okay.
and we're not here to tell you guys how to do it or babysit you and, you know, say you have, if you make it in 45 minutes that you're in trouble. I mean, that's not what we're saying. I mean, and it's common sense on that, you know, so we just want you guys to,
You just target to shoot at or whatever, but yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's,
Have we had, I guess this is the first complaint that I've heard about with this here.
And
how many we've had.
so
Oh, there's been several.
he, in the email, he says it had been an ongoing issue.
And it has been.
Okay.
and county, and cars being hauled out of the county have been an ongoing issue too.
Yes.
I know that,
Well, and that was why we kicked the last guy, the Miami tow off. Okay, well, I would be in favor of suspending them for 6 months with them having to provide proof.
Prove that that they're following the contract before we let them back in.
Yep. And make those changes to the policy from the call from dispatch, 40 minutes, depending on weather. And institute a paragraph saying 3 write-ups to their file will institute a review from the Board of County Commissioners.
And the other thing is we need to make sure people are in our county at the time we're on vacation, because that is a big problem.
Well, I mean,
I'll
we,
personally admit to that, I ain't gonna say I'm not, because there's time, I live right on state line, and I'm right on the other side of state line. But there's been times I've been home, and I come from home to the call, you know, but I would be the first to admit that I have been out of county on my rotation, but that's because I have other things going on, trying to make sure, but I haven't been late to call yet either, so.
Well, and if we've never been in town, we let Sheriff talk to them.
Yeah.
Let more take over our day.
Yeah.
You know.
And there's reasons, you know, I said there's sometimes I'm out of town or we're hauling all the way to Springfield or something like that, even though it is our rotation. But I have a good working relationship with him. I really do respect him a lot, you know, and I call up there and no problem. He'll cover me for 3 or 4 hours and I'll call
Would
back.
that be something we should put in where the guys do just what they're saying they're doing if they're out of?
well, it's their responsibility.
Your responsibility to have, you know,
Well, yeah.
You know,
if
it's our
you're not-
responsibility to cover our
You
rotation.
guys verifying
I
that
can't
you're
make
out.
one guy be in county and
Yeah.
somebody
And that's
else
what I'm
not.
saying.
Right.
Yes,
there is is in there.
yes.
But like times like I'll go home, you know, to go do other things real quick and then, oh shit, call came in. You know,
One or
that makes me
more.
back over.
One or more operable tow trucks permanently tagged, assessed, based, and available in Linn County. Any tow truck with an apportioned tag meets the tagged and assessed portion of this requirement. An apportioned tag is now the only kind of tag a tow service can have if they cross state lines.
You know,
Permanently based in Linn County means you have a truck in Linn County.
Right.
I mean,
It has one or more drivers present in Linn County and available for service throughout the entire 24-hour period of the company's rotation day.
So, yeah.
So maybe we add into that one, if you're unavailable to cover your shift, it's your responsibility to,
Make arrangements with another tow company or something in the sheriff's office to cover. Like, just like I do. I mean, there's times that it happens.
right?
you know, I think it's important that you guys, if you can, try to come in, you know, schedule once a year to come in here and talk to us. I don't know. We don't have time to police it. We can't meet unless we're in here. So, you know, I would just ask that we maybe put something in there about you guys coming in business once a year, showing us registration for vehicles, making sure you guys are in compliance. We all talk, we throw out ideas, make the program better, talk about it, and you guys go on about your day, and we thank you. And
Showing you registration, I mean, only way you're gonna know if somebody has a tow truck sitting in Pleasanton is if one of you 3 drive by at 2 a.m.
yeah, right.
The truck's there, because
Yeah.
I've talked to the sheriff and he said that that's not his responsibility.
No.
It's your guys' responsibility
I-
that there is a truck.
But I mean, we're moving in the right direction if we're implementing these things.
If we make sure that the truck is tagged in Linn County, which is like ours and his both, you know, we both have Linn County, you know,
Yeah, registration.
We pay, you know, all of our taxes in Linn County, everything else. We also, you know, make sure he owns a business, I own a business, so we're getting stuff. That's what it states in there, that you must have a business, a residency in town or inside the county limits.
Right.
But it's still gonna have to be up to you guys to make
To go
sure
see if somebody's in
that there
town.
actually is a truck and the driver.
I get that, but I'd still like for you guys to come in.
But I
once a
mean,
year and
if
talk to us.
we have it set up where we have the 3 write-up policy and that triggers them coming over to here for a review by the
Make it to where you guys send us a copy once a year of a verification of what you have there? I mean, now they didn't have to come in just to verify.
I can come in, I don't mind it.
And over there, every year, it's a sticker that we have to go purchase. And that takes that sticker, it's a little round sticker that says that we operate in Linn County, Harrisonville, or Cass County, basically. It's authorized tow.
in Cass County.
And what it is, it costs us $100 per truck. But we have to bring in our insurance, our registration, our proof of our lot, proof of our everything, our lot insurance and everything. They bring it in, they inspect it all, then they give us that sticker. then that guarantees us that they know that we are 100% legal business in that county.
So you do that when you're tagging your vehicle then,
But
basically,
so
I guess.
No, it's not that. It's just a sticker. That
And that's in Missouri, not in Linn
Yeah,
County.
yeah, this is in Missouri.
Hmm.
But that guarantee, like you're saying, is us to bring in our paperwork to show you guys that we have paid our taxes for this year. We have, our truck is licensed in Linn County and our insurance is up to date. That's what you're wanting to see.
Well, that as well as the truck is actually in Linn County. You know,
Yes.
Just because you have a licensed truck, you know, your tag's registered in Linn County.
But what I'm saying is if we have that time limit and we have the 3 write-ups, we're going to catch the people who don't have a truck in Linn County,
Yeah, because it's gonna take them longer to get here.
right?
Should, yes.
Because, I mean, like you said, we're not going to be out at 2 a.m. I'm not going to be out at 2 a.m. to look for a tow truck.
I'm just saying, that's, I don't know how you're gonna enforce the deal, the tow policy. But that's what was wrote up.
Right. But I mean, if we're having late calls, that's good. And if we're doing the write-up policy and having 3 write-ups are going to trigger it to come to the commission for,
But if we authorize the officer after the 30 minutes from the time the dispatch is notified, the dispatch has notified you guys where the officer can move to the next person. And that's documented by the time
Yeah,
the dispatcher calls you. If we just gave the authorization to the officer to move to the next one after 30 minutes.
you'd be busy.
Hmm?
I think it needs to be the write-ups
Well,
and then move them off the tow list.
30 minutes, I mean,
I'd say 40 minutes.
Or I'm saying 40.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, and we show up at 42 minutes, but then, you know, then it's gonna be a problem, but,
And that's why we need to have it where if the officer thinks that it's negligence, right, they're going to create a write-up for the file. Once we have 3 write-ups, then it comes to the commission for us to review.
And then you pull us in and say, well, why were you later? Were you
Right.
just a few minutes late? You know,
Right.
okay, you were just a couple minutes late, but yet they documented that it took you 54 minutes to get here, and you know, then you can either explain your case and say, okay, yes or no, or if I get a write-up or I get suspended, but if not, at least I got to plead why I was late or why
Right.
it took me so long.
What do you,
Was a winter storm or there was deer. It's just a train.
I hit a horse once in a row.
Oh, shoot.
I didn't policy. You can't, yeah.
You
Can't-
hit nothing.
can't hit a horse?
Changing policies, you know, putting, I don't know what all you're gonna put in there.
We're not, it's not no binding contract with you guys. We're not trying here to micromanage you or babysit you, tell you how to do your job. That's why we brought you in, because we want you guys to input on it. I do like the idea of your sticker idea. I think that would kind of take care of a lot of issues. And I mean, if 1, 3, 4 companies come in here and one of them just really sucks all the time, I'm sure you guys are going to let us know about it. I mean, you know, well, you know,
My thing is, it's just, when we're out there and on the highway, just like this last weekend, that bus is, you know, the semi versus that tractor. You know, if somebody was in their county at that moment, they could have went out there and assisted. Because not just that, but we are on a very small community here. You know, I was there, and yes, I seen an issue, and you can ask the fire chief, whatever, Johnny, whoever he is. We went out there and we got all of our cones. We got our arrow stick because them guys are out there working the highway. And that's what our job is to back that officers up, fire department up. You know, we may not have everything, but the more lights on that highway, these guys, they blew over 6 cones. And I jumped in the ditch, I almost got hit.
All the fire
They don't
departments
care.
are expensive.
You know, but that's our job. Rather we get the call or not. And I backed him up. I backed him, but I don't give a shit who it is. I want to make sure he goes home to his family. I want to make sure I go home to mine. You know, if you're on rotation that day, and that's what I liked your guys' radio system, which I never got. But even if it's on the fire department stations, you know, it is kind of nice because then the officers can reach out directly to you and say, hey, what's your ETA? But we're having to relay back through dispatch. It does create a timeline, you know, and by us being able to talk directly to the officers, you know, on the handhelds, which is nice because, hey, I'm 45 minutes out, I'm right around the corner. give me just updates, because the updates are nice, because then they know, okay,
He's coming.
he's coming, he's right around the corner, okay, he's run a little bit behind, it takes a little longer to get dressed on, hey, whatever, But to us that run diesels, it takes 5 to 10 minutes to get our diesel to warm up. 5 to 10 minutes to get our trucks to warm up and get up to speed.
Bring a chair up here, please.
We have
You can bring a chair up here, please.
we have a radio in our truck. We run. Full service.
Hi.
Like the ambulances do the same channel as the ambulances do.
We just changed radio.
Yeah, we no longer, we used to be able to listen to the sheriff's office until they changed. Now we don't hear any
I
sheriff's
wonder if there's
office
any way we can,
anymore.
if
But
you're
they
on
can,
that,
they can contact us on the civil defense
Yes, that's what I meant.
if they want to.
So just to kind of catch you up, what we've talked about so far in regards to the policy is making a change in there, instituting a call from dispatch that it doesn't take more than 40 minutes, depending on weather, to arrive at a call. Adding in that 3 write-ups will institute a commissioner review, meaning that we'll bring you in or them in once there's 3 write-ups against you. And also adding in that the responsibility, if you're not able to cover your tow shift, it's your responsibility to make accommodations with the sheriff's office and another tow provider. And then the other thing we talked about was possibly having a sticker so that you were
compliant within the policy.
making sure that you were compliant each year within the policy. So do you have any thoughts on any of those things?
I've got a question on the sticker. What's that gonna do? I mean, how are you gonna?
Just we'll know that you turned everything we needed from you into the clerk's office or whoever, and they give you the sticker saying, hey, they're compliant, they're ready to go.
Just put it on your back one.
I mean, it states that you, just like you would, like when you go register your car over there, you have insurance, you plug in all that stuff, and
All your,
And it was gonna verify that you had the vehicle in
And
the
like,
county.
Linn County, you're up to date on your insurance, your lot insurance is up to date. Those are the things that,
everything that you guys
yeah,
require for
everything that you require from us is right there. We bring it in, you can review it, takes you 30 seconds to review
It'd
it.
be broke down to a little sticker so
And
everybody
then
knows.
just puts a sticker in the back room that we're operating under your authorities. We've completed all your,
Is that all right, John?
Right, compliance with your-
I don't see how that's gonna alleviate any problems, but
well, it just knows that
I don't mind buying it, put it in the back window.
and we don't have to buy it.
you don't even have to buy it. I think you just turn
We just
in.
want to see all our paper to make sure our truck's tagged in.
Because like I said, we can't communicate outside this meeting. We don't make enough money to go at 2 a.m. and make sure there's a truck sitting there. We're putting that on you guys, and we expect you guys to do that. And we expect you to have a truck registered in Linn County. It states it in there. So we just want proof of that, like your lot insurance, your address, things like that. That shows
We have a
you're
billing
compliant.
address right here in the county.
So you're changing that because we have a commercial, I mean, it's a commercial thing, you know what I'm saying?
But the PWR power tags, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but it's through the state, it's not through.
Right. And I don't know how all that works. That's,
We're not
they
changing.
designate it toward.
None of that
Yeah,
stuff.
mine is a Linn County power tag.
We're just asking for you to show that you're in compliance with it for us to keep you on the tow rotation.
Okay, like it was before, right?
Yep.
Okay. I mean,
The additions we were making was putting a time frame in there instead of a
Right.
reasonable time.
right,
And then adding in the 3 write-ups before it comes to the commissioners for a review. That way we have a set policy in
right.
if they're not happy with how things are going, then it's coming over to us.
Oh,
And,
guess I didn't understand that when you said it had to be,
right,
registered in Linn County, it's like.
it's with the tow policy.
Right,
We have enough going on up here and we don't, have time to call you and make sure that you're in compliance, we were going to leave it up to you to be sure to bring all your packet in, and so you can get a sticker that says you're compliant, and then you guys can move on with the rotation.
Okay.
So it's just,
How soon do you need it?
well, we're just now working on it. So, it'll probably, David, do we have to do a resolution for all that?
Well, I was looking at that. The one we've got now says policy. It doesn't say resolution on it. And let me look back and see if we actually did a resolution with it. Resolution list.
Would you like to speak about the lapses in time that has been brought to our attention on your calls?
A lot of that is we've had somebody down here in Linn County for a driver, and he decided to up and quit on us. It's kind of hard to get a driver in Linn County, you know. I know when Harold Cunningham was working, he spoiled us because, you know, he was with us for 7 years and didn't have to worry about, you know, him taking calls and knowing where everything is. When we got on rotation, with Sheriff Green, we said now he'll have to come from Fort Scott, like on our day, you know, if they call us, because we didn't have a driver at that time. So then we hired a driver, and he only lasted a month.
Well, I feel like if that happens, it's your responsibility to probably pull yourself off the rotation and give it to one of these guys until you guys come compliant with the policy.
Well, I mean, we can, but, I mean, you know, he was down here at one time, but then sometimes he's on the same rotation in Fort Scott as he is down here. If I just had a driver to, you know, to drive down here, we would have a truck down here all the time.
I hear you. If I had workers too, I would be working
I
with
mean,
you.
you know, it's hard because.
But I think that's your responsibility to give up your spot to these guys that are in compliant. We can't expect them to be in compliant, have people here and you guys not. So I think it's important. If there's a will, there's a way. It's not my job to get you a worker to work.
Right, I understand that. I'm just saying that when we, you know, were getting on the trip, you know, with Sheriff Frank, he, you know, he was okay with that. And he said, well, unless I find somebody to work, you know, then we have a driver in here, and it would take so long to get to a call. So I mean, that's just what, you know, kind of we got to.
I feel we have to stay in compliance with our regulations.
Our policy.
Whatever rules say.
I agree.
So yeah, I mean, I think if you guys can't become compliant, I mean, so you're not getting a strike against you. I think it's your guys' responsibility to turn up your rights to somebody else that is compliant.
But I mean, if he's down here within, you know, 40, 45 minutes, right? I mean,
It states in there that it has to be stationed in Linn County.
It
I
does.
mean, I have a lot down here. I, you know, have a truck down here. I just don't have a driver. We just have a spot, you know.
So that's gonna change a little bit during the winter time when it's icy and.
Right. And we're going to put in there depending on weather. You know, we don't want to create an unsafe environment for anybody, not our citizens on the roads, not your drivers, nothing.
Right.
There's
Yeah.
natural instances that we're going to be understanding of. We're not, I mean, it's not like you're going to get hung if you're not compliant, if you're 2 minutes late. I mean, we're not here to do that. We don't have time to do that. We're trying to fix policy throughout the county. This is just one that's came to our attention and we're trying to fix it. So we just need you guys to be, that's why we brought you in here to get you guys the input. We're making this policy. Since I've been here, this is the first time we've ever went over it. So, and I've dealt with a lot of issues through the tow companies throughout my years of being here. So I think it's time we did this, and we appreciate you guys coming in, and we put it on you guys to move forward with working with each other, to turn your rights over if you can't become compliant, so that we're not running into any issues anymore.
What did you determine?
It was just a policy. It was not a resolution. So we probably just need to type up a new policy and review it, approve it. And I would guess somewhere in there, if you're making changes, we want to state that this is either canceling the previous policy or amending it and reference this one. So we don't look back and say, well, here's one that should still be in effect.
Right. Okay.
I mean, that's something we can work on, but it was not in the form of a resolution before.
Okay.
Any other?
So do we need to take action on the current
You guys
situation?
good with the little sticker package deal of requirements?
I am.
I'm fine with it.
So could we ask you guys to get us all your information by the end of the month?
Just give us a
We'll
list of what
provide-
information you want, I guess.
Yep. And we'll just, David, how do you want to, I mean, can we turn it in, can they turn it into you and you give them a sticker, I guess? I mean, I don't know, we could order some, I guess, couldn't we?
As we could, I mean, you guys are gonna spell out what you want turned in, because
Right.
I am not well versed in tow trucks, so.
Okay.
The main thing is just making sure that we have our registration in Linn County, you know, and that's like my power tag is registered for Linn County, not Miami County.
Are we going to suspend them for their offense?
That's what I was told it had to have. It couldn't have anything that had to be Linn County because that's what they're taxing. So my power tag, it's a Linn County power tag.
So we're going to require, so in this package of what we need a proof of registration in Linn County.
Yep.
I think all this is gonna be part of that policy, the way it gets written.
Correct.
We got to,
It's just going to be to where we have to come in here every year so that everyone knows.
All right, so here's what it says. Any person required to tow who has a preference as a towing company may request a towing and sign off on a form. That's preferred tows. Linn County towing companies will be called for non-preferential tows on a rotating basis. Each company will be the default towing company for a day at a time. If a company in the rotation is unable or unwilling to respond to calls in a timely manner, which is where we're going to make the change, on its day up, the sheriff's department shall be free to call upon other towing companies from the list of out-of-sequence tows. Towing companies shall be deemed a Linn County towing company if it meets the following conditions. So this is the conditions that we'll be requiring. It has one or more operable tow trucks permanently tagged, assessed, or based and available in Linn County. Any tow truck with an apportioned tag meets the tagged and assessed portion of this requirement. An apportioned tag is the only kind of tag a tow service can have to cross state lines. If the truck has an apportioned tag, the county gets a share of its tax, which is the intent of this requirement. It has one or more drivers present in Linn County and available for service throughout the entire 24-hour period of the company's rotation day. It has a Linn County storage lot that complies with all applicable regulations and requirements for the state and its agencies, and where towed vehicles are available for retrieval by customers during their business hours. And it has a Linn County business address. If the service is an impound lot in Linn County and a mailing address in Linn County, it shall be presumed that the company has a Linn County business for this purpose. So those are the 4 requirements that you'll have to meet to get your sticker. Right? Are we good with that?
Can you guys provide us with all that information
Yeah.
one time a year, and we'll get you something that tells you you're in compliance. And if you can't do that, then we expect you guys to lean on each other, and
Help each other.
we don't need to hear about every time you need to hire an employee or you have to, that's something you guys figure out with you and the sheriff's department and who to call and when to call. Right?
I'm good with it.
So just so we're all clear, a truck has to be stationed here at all times on our rotation time.
Yep.
All the time, not just on the rotation.
Yep.
All
Yep.
permanently tagged, based in Linn County. So your tow truck is in Linn County.
Yep.
At all times.
Okay.
And you have a driver in Linn County
During your
for
rotation.
the 24-hour period.
And if not,
You'll be kicked off the list.
And
Okay.
yeah, if you don't have a driver here, then we expect you just to give up
Either
your
call
spot
one
or
of
vice
us and
versa.
say, hey, we're not gonna be able to do it because we don't have a driver in the county.
We need to be removed from the towing list so that we don't have to kick you off.
Need to be removed from the towing list.
Well, we'll make sure there's somebody down.
But we do have the right to call either one of these guys.
Yeah, you guys,
And that
we,
don't affect us.
No, if you're making accommodations and working together and it's a seamless process for our departments, no, that doesn't affect.
You just pass your
It's just
rotation
coming
on.
down to the time. Everybody's trying to get the officers off the road as fast as possible so we don't create another problem or another headache or anything else. And to be respectful to the officers and to the fire department, you know, versus taking,
So-
you know, an hour or an hour and a half or 45 minutes or 50 minutes. If you can't do it, you know, you can call Morris. You can call anybody you want to. I honestly have had to do that because I couldn't be there.
Well, and we've had to call, we've had to tell the service department, hey, we can't be there, and like, cause. you
Well,
know,
that's
the
a-
next one, that's
I think that's a must, you guys must do is call the dispatch, whoever over there, and let them know that you got, like, take us off for a month or whatever, because they, you know, to
You're
be,
not allowed to do that before Scott.
To be on the list, you have to have a driver in the county. If you're not, don't have a driver in the county.
You can't be on the list.
You can't be on the list. So that's what I'm saying. Is that?
Those are the four.
We all did this a year ago, wasn't that? A year ago, this thing went out. A year and a half ago, this letter went out to all of us as a as
This
dispatch.
has been effective for quite a
Well,
while.
Since
I-
2018.
Okay, I got a year and they emailed it to me. So basically what they're saying is, right now, I'm on rotation and I don't have a truck in here. I need to be kicked off rotation for the next 30 days until I can prove that just like they were saying
But
this now.
that's not fair because.
But we signed that contract, we signed it, and
understand that,
that's the way it
but if
is.
he's down here and he has a truck, I mean.
But you're saying he's coming from Fort Scott and he's
Well,
working
now,
Fort Scott
if he
and
gets called
Okay.
to go to Fort Scott, I mean, to go on a tow, if he's down here and he has to go up there, is he still gonna get?
Oh, we need to call the next one in line.
Now, to be on the list, you have to certify, or not certify, you have to abide by the rules to even be on the list.
Right. We're not going to give you a sticker if you can't meet those four requirements.
You know, pick the calls you want to go to. In other words, you have to go to,
Those calls in the 24 hours.
you can't just, yes.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
don't we have a separate issue too?
Yeah.
Should probably go in session or executive session, talk about it.
What was that?
Should we go in executive session and talk about the other issue?
I'm not
Or
sure
do we
what your
just-
justification would be for executive session. We're not talking about employees, and we don't have any legal counsel, so we can't do legal advice.
That's right.
So we had a complaint in regards to your punctuality on calls. And currently what it states in there is that a towing company that jumps calls or habitually fails to respond to calls in a timely manner may be suspended from the rotation for a definite time, be suspended from the rotation for an indefinite time up to 6 months, be eliminated from the rotation, and upon elimination, a towing company may apply for inclusion in 12 months from the date of elimination. So it has been brought to our attention that there's been numerous times that you failed to reply in a timely manner.
Like, what kind of timing, man?
Well, and that's what we're defining going forward, but they're saying that multiple hours.
Last one was multiple hours. Yeah.
And this is coming from the sheriff's department. Okay? And that's who will be filling out our write-ups to institute things going forward, right? As we update this policy. But what we had talked about up here was suspending Dave's towing for 6 months. And at that time, you could show us that you have stuff correct to be back in compliance and back on the tow list.
On the rotation.
Yep. Is that what we're doing?
You don't have to do whatever you have to do. I mean, you know.
So what you're saying now, we're off the toll list, or
You'll be off the rotation.
we are right
For,
now?
well,
We haven't made that motion.
We haven't made a motion yet, but that's what we're talking about. Taking you off the rotation for 6 months.
So is that like fair? You haven't had any other complaints from nobody else's record service that's in the county?
We have kicked somebody off of the rotation in the past 12 months. And we kicked them off for the entire 12-month period. We didn't do a 6-month. So we felt like theirs was more egregious. Or they were towing cars out of the county. So, and we're trying to be consistent with our policy. We brought you guys in to try to make some corrections and update things in the policy to make it spelled out a little better so that we're not having vagueness.
Right.
So,
Will be done.
okay.
I got one question, and probably goes to all of us. Here a while back, we worked a wreck out on 31 Highway. The sheriff deputy told me it was a fatality. The owner of the vehicle lived in Fort Scott. So we took the vehicle to the owner's house to drop it off, and they blew a gasket. I mean, is there something saying we can't take it to the owner?
You have to take it to the designated lot in the county, because if the sheriff's department has to go do an investigation on it, lock the car so that there's an ongoing investigation that's not tampered with. I believe that's what he said last week.
Yeah, he told me he was done with it. It was a DUI, it was. But they told him, they lifelined him, and he said it was a fatality. So we took it straight to the owner's house.
I'm not really sure. I don't think the sheriff's, I could be wrong, but I don't think the sheriff's department makes the determination if they're done with it. I think that might be good. The prosecutor might state that they release it. I'm not sure. Do you guys know?
I don't know.
I don't know.
But I mean, me personally, I'm not trying to step on your toes or anything like that, but theoretically, we would never know where that person lived unless they were alive and told us to deliver it to their house. That would be, the owner requested it to be delivered to their house. Had the owner not been there, I would have took it to the impound lot automatically and just impounded it until further. And then the owner came back, or family member come up with ownership of the vehicle and says, hey, he passed away, this is what's going on. And then they can make the determination to take it to their house or wherever. Me personally, I would never take it to the house that late at night or in that situation.
I mean, that's.
Well, yeah, I understand you know him or something like that, but it's just, it's just
Yeah,
one. You woke up with something like that, probably fucked me up.
Right.
It would piss me off.
Well, that's fatality after all.
Exactly. So if we just took it to the impound lot, we'd have saved a lot of issues, and the owners and not like that,
Right.
family members would have been woke up to, oh shit,
Right.
Me personally, that's not our job. That's the officers, the departments to notify them, let them know, not us showing up with that
they
wrecked
never-
car. I know, but just
Yeah.
one of those wrecked cars to show up my driveway.
Well, when they give you the tow slip, that's all.
I mean, isn't that
Yeah,
more
well,
money
the
for
tow
you?
slip's been given to you anyways.
I mean, that's more money for you. Drop it off at your pound, at your lot, and then have to reload it and take it on. I mean,
It's closer from where the accident was to his house and was all the way back over to the lot. So we're saving the money.
Yeah.
Apparently they didn't like that.
Okay.
Nope.
Yeah,
I said, I mean, I don't know how the investigation stuff works, but I know that that's really important
well.
news.
Send us like a letter stating you're taking us off rotation for 6 months.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we remove Dave's towing from the towing rotation for 6 months for failure to respond to calls in a timely manner. They can be reinstated upon meeting the tow policy.
I'll second. Motion been moved, second. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And then,
So, I mean, will we be on for today?
Are you on right now today? Yeah.
That's why we're late.
Okay. Yeah, I would assume that you'll continue providing the service for today and then be off from there. Okay?
and then we'll
30 days from today.
Yeah, could you guys do that?
I think that's a fair time for us to get all of our paperwork, get it to you.
John.
Okay.
And I don't think, I mean, if we don't get a sticker in that time.
No, no.
I mean, so, but we'll get something that says, hey, you guys are compliant, go ahead. So,
Yeah.
What even if
And
it's sticker,
maybe,
it could
maybe
be
I
a sheet
can
of
bring
paper.
something to
Yeah.
give you an idea. Maybe send something to you to give you an idea on how, what we,
yeah,
at least it'll give you a time frame from the date to the date, and in exactly 1 year, you have to have all this stuff back in here. If not, then you can't get on rotation until all that's done. And you get the
Okay.
sticker. So, and I think that's a fair thing. The sticker thing is really a good thing because, like I said, there was times that I couldn't get mine because just didn't have, so I couldn't tell. Just the way it goes.
Oh, do you want any information like the copy of a driver's license of our actual driver? I mean, I don't know all you
That's
want.
actually not a bad idea because in there it states that we can't be felons or anything like that. It gives you guys an opportunity to double check us because sometimes, we do our background checks, but we don't go through a police department for them. We go through a private. So there's we don't get the full background check,
Okay.
because in that we guaranteed to follow by the law because in there is.
I think we're sticking with the 4 things on the tow policy.
All right.
so I get, where it talks about the employee, can you read that one?
It has 1 or more drivers present in Linn County and available for service throughout the entire 24-hour period of the company's rotation day.
I guess provide us with a employee's name and their address, maybe. I mean,
Or just, these are the employees that are going to be on these days.
That's fine.
Then
well, we don't, that's where we want to get away from trying to call. There's only going to be one phone number from now on. I know that it's been calling multiple phones to try to get hold of one person. So
Yeah, they want one phone number to
one phone
call.
number.
It's our job to make sure that we're dispatching our drivers. We shouldn't have dispatch have to call us. Oh, well, I can't answer the phone, so they're going to call the next.
That's what
person.
they was,
Yeah.
that was a complaint that they had to call multiple numbers. They want one number to call.
Yep. one
And
number
then
to
you
call.
guys are responsible that it is the right
Yeah,
person.
if you don't answer that phone, then it goes to the next person on rotation.
Right.
And if they call you and you end up saying, hey, okay, I need you to call this driver, you're done. You're going to the next rotation. They're not there to call and play phone tag and jeopardize, that's more time. If they got somebody that they're trying to arrest and being combative.
If the one number don't get them,
Yeah.
I don't know. No, that's okay. We'll work that out. But if they call, July 29th, got the call. I didn't. Car hit a deer
Is
on
that that blue
the
truck?
highway. I didn't go. I was called out in the fire truck.
Yeah,
I'm on the fire department, so I was on the fire truck, and she called me like 6:15 in the morning, and I was actually backing the fire truck back into the fire station, and I got out of the truck, and same thing, metal building. I just wanted to make sure I had service. I looked at my phone, see if I had service, because I knew it was my day, and I figured they'd be calling pretty quick. She'd already called, so I called her back at 6:17. 2 minutes later, and they said, no, you didn't answer. So we went on to the next person. You might give us a couple minutes to call you back, before you go to the next person. So,
Okay.
I was there and I was available, but I was actually
On the
busy
fire
with the
department at the time.
parking the fire truck when she called. So
Okay. We'll talk about
I mean,
that when we approve it next week.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe we can talk to Chris and see if there's a way that, I mean, I see the tow trucks being utilized more than the city fire departments. I don't know why we couldn't just, if you're on the rotation, you get a radio in your truck, or I don't know how we could do
Yes,
that.
that would have helped you out too,
if
They
you
just
called
called you over the radio,
me on the radio, I could
Yeah.
answer.
We'll talk to our IT guy and see if
Radio
there's,
service, they did self-service where he's at.
Yeah. So that would be a
but everybody might not know that you're on the fire department either. So, I mean,
Well,
that's,
we do.
They should.
I know, but I mean,
I
dispatch.
think they would, but maybe not.
we'll talk
Okay.
to Chris and see if there's something that we can try to make that easier on you guys.
Okay.
All right. Well, we
That
appreciate
work?
you guys coming in. And,
Thank you, guys. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
You should have Tony Malini coming before long.
Thank you. All right, David, you back to the budgets, or what do you got?
Well, you guys had already been presented with road and bridge and solid waste budgets, but there wasn't ever any action or approval. Did you have questions on those, or are you still trying to sort some of this out before you know what we put in? Because say by next week, I got to have it ready to publish, so I'm going to have to put something in there. Back when they were presented, road and bridge was $4,679,500, which was a $44,605 increase. Solid waste was $776,450, which was a $22,330 increase. But I didn't know what direction you wanted to go there, or if you know yet.
I think we put those numbers into the deal and then decide where we're gonna have to make our cuts.
Cuts, we need to cut.
Right? Is that what you think, Danny?
Yeah. I think the road and bridge one, I'm confused as well as everybody else, I believe. We don't. That's a hard one. We don't even know what we're spending on gravel. But guess we can work on it between now and then, maybe. So, sorry. What do you guys think?
What are we gonna do? Who's gonna write that up as far as
What?
change? in the
You want
policy?
me to put it together, or David, will you assist me in putting it together? I have the
I'm
notes.
not sure how much time I'm going to have this week, but
Okay.
if you want to write something up, and I can look at it too and review it with the old one, and
Is that okay,
see
guys?
if we
Yep.
agree that it looks good.
I've got my notes here. Jim missed that one.
All right, do you guys want to take a recess until Tony gets here, or what do you think?
Fine with me.
I'll make a motion that we recess until Tony arrives, which is slated for 11:45.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, as soon as Jim makes it back in, we ought to be about at start time. There he is.
All righty. John, you can go ahead.
We got Tony Malini from Terracon to speak to you on the cell expansion project and the scope of work for the construction design on that project. And you'd wanted to discuss the cost and the project and the potential for other costs associated with the project. So he's here to cover that with you. Would you like us to step up front or him at the podium?
You guys, you can take a seat if you want. Be better.
Tony,
How you doing?
how are you?
Danny. I'm doing all right. How are you doing? Yeah.
You want me to sort of run through
Yeah, if you
current,
would, yeah.
current scope?
Yep.
So what I did after talking with Sean is went through and put a list of items together. The options, and there were discussions on whether you guys would self-perform or we'd bid the work out for this next phase of work.
Right.
Now before I get into the next phase, I want to back up a little bit. We developed a permit level design for the vertical expansion to get KDHE approval. When we do these designs, I don't put every detail on everything in there because there are some things I don't want to cost in if I don't have to unless KDHE tells me to do it. So when we went through our review process, I focused on the cell area and the vertical expansion over the cell. They came back and wanted additional stormwater controls put in place to accommodate the vertical expansion. So a lot of this initial work right here, right now, is to put stormwater controls in place to meet their requirements. A perimeter berm where it needs to be in channels to convert, to show the drainage is going to be around the cell, away from the cell. So that's the scope of work that's sitting in front of you right now.
Okay.
To put in the berm. And this is the drawing for the cell areas. Let's see. So that's orientated. And I went out and walked it this morning because I wanted to get a current lay of the land and figure out, how we're going to make this design work and what we might have to do to tweak it to fit it in. Because this is still a conceptual layout. I said, okay, here's where the berm's going to be. Here's where we might have to put channels. And that's what the KDHE has right now. And we'll have to tweak this based on the topography out there and around the perimeter and some things like that based on my walkthrough. But essentially, we're looking at putting a perimeter berm around the cell, and then there are some areas where we have to have channels on the outside to drain stormwater away. Some of that will change because we have low spots over here, we have high spots here, and we'll need to accommodate the design to fit that. I'm trying to work it within the constraints of the topography we have out there. So the scope of work that we have in front of you is to put construction drawings together for this conceptual design here so that we can come up with quantities. And then from there, you guys can determine if you guys want to build the berm and cut the channels based on the quantities, or you want to bid it out. And then those quantities can be used to bid out the work as well with a bid sheet.
Okay.
We will probably have to have some additional surveying done around the perimeter because they surveyed up to just at the perimeter of the existing cells. So to do the stormwater, we're stepping out a little bit farther. So there'll be some additional surveying costs to get a current topo to work into our design.
I guess a question I have is, so right now we're trying to approve this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this section was where this is now on the future services may include. Is there any way we can put together maybe a contingency fund or something, or price or something, so we know that, I mean, because we have another list of future services that, you know, may include. Is there any way that you can give us high estimate maybe of what you think this will run?
The
where we
future,
can
future services?
Yeah, just so we, like for budget.
So,
Yeah.
and I mean, so some of that is landfill expansion to the east.
Yeah, some of it's
Is it-
current. So
Is that
yeah,
something you want him to try to put
I
together,
break
or
it
is
out.
that a
Break
different
it out as
project?
2 items. One for
Okay.
the existing landfill, and then one for the future.
Okay,
Okay.
that'd be good.
So you're looking at, for those top 3 items, and I was sort of anticipating this, so I threw some numbers down on paper for you. You're probably looking for the top 3 items going forward, probably 15 to 20K. Okay. The bottom 3, that's a lot bigger item going forward to do a major modification for the new area, new cell, new landfill area.
Right.
You're probably looking in, I'm gonna say 80 to 120K area range.
That's just to extend the landfill to the east.
Go to the east and start building a new landfill to the east. Whether we can tie back into the existing landfill or not, which is something that I was maybe consider, we would have to take it a few steps further and do a Corps of Engineers to see if we can fill in the strip pits out there. You know.
I guess where I'm at is, can you provide us with an estimated number of what you think we need to make what we're talking about happen? And then maybe like a contingency number, you know, it could, you know, it's not going to exceed this, or, you know, we need to.
So we've spent, what, 27.5? Was that
Sounds
roughly?
accurate. And then this one's what, 25?
Yes.
See, that's my only.
And then he's saying another 15 to 20,000 for future
Just
on this project.
because you're going to have ongoing operations, you're going to need to check your waste heights as you're going. Get too high, then you're forced to cut down your waste. You're double handling your waste. You don't want to do that. Because your guys don't have controls out there in the field to know where they're at vertically. You know, when you're in a cell and you're down below grade and you got top of the cell, it's clear. But when you start coming above grade, you're going to need to keep track of where your waste is above grade. Because
I guess
we have a ceiling that we're limited to.
I'm turning to you just to give us a full-blown price, what you'll need dollar-wise to do everything you're doing and get us moving forward.
Okay.
That's where I'm at.
And I threw stuff down, but I can go through and I know I went back through in December and threw out some numbers back then. I can go back and revisit that and break it down and give you guys more detailed numbers.
Okay.
Well, I just don't want to, you know, the first one was 27.
Now we're at 25 more.
And now we're at
Yeah.
25. You know, if I guess can you give us a number where you can hit the ground running from start to finish? And then, you know, I know there's extra.
Yes,
like
yes, expansion. The wild card is KDHE.
Right.
Okay, you know, I try and minimize what I propose for my client, so I want KDHE to come back and tell me I need to do more. Just sometimes, because that adds cost, and I try and avoid that. So, but I can lay it out generally and put contingency dollars on top of it.
Okay.
For the future services, and then give that to you guys, you know. I mean, just off the top of my head, you know, like I said, the top 3, you're probably, for the future services, you're looking at 15 to 20K. The bottom 3, that could be 80 to 120K, but I will go in and figure in contingencies on top of that.
Okay.
Okay.
So as of right now, we're looking at 67.5 to 72.5 for the total project that we're working on right now. without those added contingencies.
Yeah.
All right, sorry, that, I mean, that just kind of,
Yeah. We have to add surveying costs on top of this because this is just our cost. But you guys contract directly with Cornerstone for that. So,
Okay.
but
And I mean, this is the project that we needed to have in place to guarantee that we had time
you have time to continue to
build
build
the
up. It gives you the
next
years,
one.
gives you the years you need before we start getting into spending the big dollars on the next
on opening new cells.
new cells.
How many years did we say about this?
Wasn't it 9 to 10?
9 to 10 more, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I wouldn't count on 9 to 10. One storm can use up 4 or 5.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still got below grade capacity right now in the existing cell that's out there. I was out there this morning. I walked the perimeter just to get a feel for the current lay of the land out there. We still have time before we start going vertical over the existing waste out there. But we want to get this approved, and then we'll have controls in place so he knows where to put the waste, how high to put it. As
Okay.
building the grade coming over the top of all those cells, he doesn't get too high. That's the big concern, because if you get too high, then you're outside your permitted boundary and permitted quantities, and then that creates additional work with KDH because you're modifying your permit. And if it's a minor, it's a minimal exercise, but if they say this is a major, then you're starting permitting from scratch again, just for a major, which is what we'll have to do when we move over to the east property. That will become a major modification for you. We've handled this current change as a minor modification by keeping it under 10%. But we need to make sure we keep our volumes under 10%. We don't overfill too.
so you guys, so I'm just trying to understand. So you guys design it, engineer a plan, submit it, and then hold the permit for Linn County during the project? Is that how, or who,
No.
how do we, what's our next step, I guess, after this design?
After this design, with the stormwater controls, they will let you continue to come vertically within the cell.
Our next thing would be building
Yeah, like building.
vertical expansion, right? Or,
Yeah, well, building the perimeter berm so you can come inside and come up.
okay,
Because right now you have no controls. You start coming up above your existing grades, water's running off in different directions,
right,
and that's what the KDHE's concern was. I mean,
okay.
So right now, we're just engineering the plan to be okayed by KDHE. Then our next step is to find contractors to do it, correct? Or do it ourselves, right?
we want to get a more detailed design. Right now, like I said, it's just a berm drawn on the thing and some channels drawn in, general descriptions. But we have to make it fit to the current topography out there around the cell too. So we're going to a construction level design now. This is conceptual permit level design.
Okay.
So they've agreed to the concept of coming vertically. They said, no, I want a berm and channels to control stormwater. So that's where we're at now. So now I've got to give them a construction level drawing. And we need that to determine our quantities and volumes as well. So you guys can determine whether you want to self-perform it or bid it out.
So if we do bid it out, do you guys provide the service of helping us get that out?
That's listed in here and in that 25K
This next billing?
yeah.
Okay.
If Sean wants us to help get the bid stuff together, we can. If he wants to do it himself, he can. We're just billing this on a time material. So if we don't have to spend the top time and Sean can do it, then you don't get charged for it. But if we need to, we'll help out if he needs.
So do you guys act as like a job site engineer, if you would, after the project's?
Generally what happens is, you guys will contract the contractor.
Mhm.
You'll have the drawings and designs, the contractor will have them. And to minimize our time on site, I tend to let the client, if the client wants to manage the contractor with our drawings, and then we come out 1 or 2 trips out to help coordinate in that. We won't, if we're on site full time, then your costs
Skyrocket.
go high. And they may, for something like this, they may not need us on site full time.
Okay.
You know, I've budgeted up to a couple of trips right now, assuming we get a good contractor, they have GPS on their equipment, they can build it to our control points. That's the other wild card, because if a contractor doesn't have GPS on their equipment, then we're ending up having to make more trips out. The surveyor's having to make more trips out because they can't.
So are we going to include that in the bid?
We can. I mean, that's up to you guys
I
how
think
you
that's-
request the bids. Yeah.
I think it's kind of over all of our heads. Maybe Sean, what do you think?
That's why I asked for the assistance on the specs on the bidding, because we need to be specific on this, and this is not something that I or our staff needs to put the numbers and the requirements onto.
Yeah,
So-
your smaller contractors tend not to have GPS on their equipment. The guys that do a lot of earth work, they usually have GPS on their equipment so they can coordinate. You have a surveyor, licensed surveyor that's involved in the project to certify it's been built to the design drawings. And they will work with the contractor to make sure all their control points are set up correctly. So they're building to our design with the right control points and the right elevations and Latin lines and that. They coordinate with Cornerstone, make sure they're doing it to that. Contractors have different levels of sophistication with their GPS. I have some contractors where I will send them the CAD file with this drawing and they will upload it to their equipment basically. So that they know at this point I need to be at this elevation, and at this point I need to be at this elevation. So when they're done, they're pretty damn close.
Yeah, I think it's something that's beyond our ability and the equipment we have. I don't think that.
I don't think this is a project, because of the permitting and the requirements for the permit, that we stay within the compliances. I don't think this is a project that we want to manage in-house.
What do you guys think?
I mean, the level of CQA on landfill work is a lot higher than standard construction CQA. I mean.
Okay.
Once we revise, we get some additional topo, we'll revise this drawing and it will have a grid on it, basically, with each point, your elevation is this. And they have an X and a Y and a Z, basically, that the contractor has to work off of. And so they're required to meet that in there. You know, if they're off, then they have to come back out and regrade it at their own cost. Yeah. That's why you want them to have GPS, so they have accountability. Because when they say, you know, I'll know you need to provide the surveyor, or I'll provide the surveyor, then there's a lot of going back and forth. Well, at this point, you're 2 feet off or 1 foot low. Then there's a lot of arguments
That are not being had.
Not.
So, I mean, realistically, was our time frame? I mean, beyond when do you think permit will be completed, and when do you think it could go out for bidding? I mean, is that another year, or what's that?
No, we can get a surveyor out there to get the topos done in the next couple of weeks. We can get the drawings done in 2 to 3 weeks for the quantities, and then a month, 2 months, we could start the bidding process. If that makes sense to you guys, and then I don't know how soon it would take you guys to go through the bidding. You have contractors that you generally work with or prefer to work with?
No.
Not with that type of equipment, and we'd put it out and
Put it out for bid?
publish it.
Okay, so I don't know what your time frame is for publishing and public comment and review.
Probably something of this nature and size would be at least 30 days.
30 days. So you're looking at 30 days to get bids back, deal with questions, another maybe 15 days to let the contract probably.
Is there a company, or do you guys provide the service of like being a project manager? Where, because they're going to ask questions after the bid package is released, and we're not going to be able to answer anything. I feel like, don't you?
Well, I mean, as the CQA engineer, we'll provide
Okay,
consulting.
okay.
Yeah, I mean, we'll help work with the contractor and that. When they're on site working, I'd expect your guys to manage the contractors, and if there's any questions, then they get back to us,
The big thing that I'm seeing is once we let our, bid the project, the bid qualifications may be an area to match it to the bid specs, may be an area that I need consulting with, because when we start talking about what the contractors put in their bid and what's normal for this type of project, it may need reviewed
Yeah.
by Tony so that we can guarantee everything we want in there is in there. Because this is a large project with a lot we're not used to seeing.
Right.
So the bid qualification, if we do 30 days on a bid, we open the bids, and then I get with him and we go through the bids to do qualifications. You might add a week or two to that. So
I mean, we can build in the qualifications as part of the contractor to review pretty big qualifications. They need to review it and say, yeah, I'm going to meet this or not before they bid.
Does KDHE have like a certified vendor list that they typically use on this? No, just heavy equipment
This
companies?
falls back to the owner's permitting, and it can vary with the type, complexity of the construction for the landfill. I mean,
Okay.
this is a simple excavation and grading. We aren't having to install HDPE liners and drainage systems, leachate collection systems. That gets a lot more complex because then you've got different trades you have to deal with to construct the cell. The CQA process, which is what we're involved with and why we're here, is to make sure, okay, here's the specs we wrote for what you need. Contractor is qualified to construct to those specs. And then we tag team management of that contractor. And then we make sure if there's issues or questions, we're there to address those. Make sure he's going to hit the target.
So is there
But you guys hold the contract, so you have the hammer with the contractor to say, you need to do this and meet the requirements, or you aren't going to get paid. I can't do that on your behalf, but I'm here to advocate that you guys get built what we spec out.
So will any of this design hurt our everyday operations that we need to take in consideration to remove stuff around for how we're doing things right now, or no?
That's why I wanted to get a current topo around this, because right now our topo falls within the cell. Now we're having to build a berm and channel around it. I don't have, if you've ever been out there, I mean, we dug the cell out, but you've got topography. It drops off sheer cliffs on one side, it slopes down on the other, and it's not consistent because of where we built this at. So I need to get a better handle on the topography. I mean, when I walked the site, originally I threw down a channel to go down here, but when I walked the site, that's not going to work because there's a low spot here that we could have it drain off. And then we have a channel continue. But then over here, there's a high spot and there's a low spot over here. So, but I don't have topography. It's all by line of sight.
Yeah. Looking it over.
Looking at the drainage and figuring that out. So I can better design my berm and channel system to fit in with what we have out there to minimize your costs.
We're using, ARPA funds to fund a lot of this. So, and then we're doing the tip and floor on top of this. Would it be ideal for us to start talking about like a superintendent or a on-site manager to get in contact with you right now? And I mean, because this ain't Sean's forte and he's got too much going on and we can't really discuss, more or less somebody to act as a owner's rep for us out there with you.
I mean, we can, have a project engineer come out more than one or two trips. If the contractor is sophisticated, they have their GPS equipment.
You don't need a micromanager.
We don't need the micromanager. If it's a mom and pop outfit, then we need to be out there every day to see what they're doing,
And so if we put those in our contract that we're sending out.
Yeah.
Make sure that we get it in their contract.
And if a contractor can come out and knock this out because they have the equipment and knock it out in 2 or 3 weeks, and your window for us being on site and length of duration shrinks way down.
Right.
If they drag it out 4 months
Right.
and they come out and do part of it this month and then they're gone for 2 weeks and they come back out, it makes it hard to maintain that continuity and do it efficiently.
Definitely.
I guess where I'm at, I just don't want have to be a middleman and then we have to wait 3 days for an answer and they have to pull off. You know what I mean? Like, because I know Sean would have to be that guy probably, and then if he doesn't have an answer, he have to go back to you in writing.
Well, and it gets back to our drawings and the level of detail in the drawings.
Okay.
They're going to bid to that. Okay, unless there's a huge difference, we should be able to iron that out pretty quickly and easily. If there's a major difference, then that's where we stop, reevaluate, say, okay, we agree, or no, we don't agree. You need to do it this way, and we're there to help with that. It's kind of an unknown right now, how much time we need to be out there to help you. We can fill that role. It'd be T&M as needed, but you guys want a set number. When I don't know how much time I need to be out there, I can't give you a hard and fast number. I can say, okay, let's assume we're out there 50% of the time and it's a 4-week project. Then I can come up with
I'm okay. Are you guys good with that?
cost, What I would do is maybe we set the bid out, put the bid out. Okay, we get the contractor and he gives us a construction schedule to do.
Mm-hmm.
Then we back up to that point and say, okay, this is a sophisticated contractor. Sean and I agree, hey, we only need to have a guy out here 1 day a week,
I would say wait till we see what our design.
Yeah, we have to get the design done and then figure out the contractor you have and the sophistication of the contractor you have. That will dictate how much time we would need to spend on site to support you guys. Hopefully minimum.
And then wouldn't part of that, the construction schedule, if we have a contractor that is able to do it in a few weeks versus months, we would not be paying portions of the contract. We'd pay at the end of the contract completion. Therefore, all of the groundwork and walking it. Everything would be checked before we release
like a
the
schedule
check.
of values.
I would do a bid sheet. It would probably ask for a mob demob cost. 5% of it can't be more than 5% of the total project cost. I limit it to that. And then we would probably ask them, we're going to come up with estimated cut and fill quantities.
And then if they present that.
And we do a cost per cubic yard, basically. Okay. So here's your fill quantities. Here's X cubic yards. Give me a cost per cubic yard. And then if there's cut quantities for ditches, give me an estimate to cut the ditches and drainage. That's X cubic yards. All your equipment, labor, everything is in those cubic yard costs. Keep it very simple and,
I think in my industry, they call it this a schedule of values and you do it off of, they say they did this many percentage and you go out and look at it and say, okay, well, you thought 30, I'm at 20. And then is that kind of
part of the thing is, okay, we're going to give them the quantities. It's their responsibility to review and check and make sure they're in agreement with the quantities. We give them per the design. They have the opportunity of saying yes or no, I don't agree, and then they can give us documentation. Typically, if the drawings are tight and we've got good controls with topography and that, most contractors aren't going to argue with the drawings, and we give them the CAD files and they can go through and do the calculations themselves if they're capable of looking at the CAD files, the design drawings themselves.
So you just allow like a payout of whatever percentage of that line item they're complete?
We're going to give them, let's say, could build that berm, it's 20,000 cubic yards. That's the quantity we give them. They give us an estimate per cubic yard. And if we deviate or something changes, we have a cost per cubic yard to work off of for change orders. And for cut for the ditches, if we have to cut 1,500 cubic yards, they give us a cost to cut the ditches per cubic yard. So if any of those change, you always have your unit rate
right
close to what to do. So you don't get burned or them coming back and jacking up the unit rate because it was 100 yards more or 1,000 yards more. But they always have to review our quantities and agree to them up front. you know, to say, well, no, there's a significant difference or not. It gets raised up front in the bid process.
Okay.
Okay. And that's, I've gone through this step probably 100 times already with contractors trying to come back, and it's easy to keep it. And then when you want to get to evaluating the bid, you only have 4 or 5 factors to evaluate your bid. And by limiting your mob and demob costs, where a lot of contractors will bury a lot of stuff, you're forcing them to give you reasonable unit rates for the cut and fill. So you've got one contractor comes in at 4.85 for cubic yards. The other one comes in at 5 or 6. I check their mob and demob costs because you want to have apples and apples for each of your bid items if you can, or get close to it.
Yep.
So when you do your evaluation, hopefully you have 3 or 4 bidders. They'll bid it. You know, I don't know, you know, well, this is not, in my mind, it is not a big earthwork project, okay? We're not talking moving, you know, hundreds of thousands of cubic yards here. So where we might run into the issues is getting somebody to actually bid the thing. Contractors are busy and they've got bigger projects, they may not bid this, but until we get the quantities together, we won't know.
Okay.
Then we have to reevaluate that. Okay, am I going to be forced to go back to a pop operation or not? You know, hopefully not. Hopefully I can find somebody that really wants the work and is capable of getting it out in 2 or 3 weeks. That'd be the best solution for everybody. As far as affecting I don't, time-wise, given what we're talking about for the transfer station, this should all be able to be done well ahead of anything going on with the transfer station.
You guys got any questions?
There's a lot of moving parts of it.
So we need approval on the 25,000.
Is there any way to combine the transfer station in with this to make it one big project, or no, you wouldn't want to do that, huh?
No, I would keep the C&D landfill separate from your transfer station. Those are 2 different.
Even the permitting process on it?
Even the permitting is kind of separate for those.
Okay.
Different requirements for your transfer station than the C&D landfill.
Gotcha.
And I think you've got engineer on board already for the transfer station.
We do.
Yeah, don't change horses in midstream.
So which one needs to come first, this or that, or does it matter, in your opinion?
Now you got you're running the C&D landfill. You want to get it. Sort of been on autopilot for a long time, and we haven't been putting the controls in place to manage it and track it and make sure we're putting the waste in the right spots. I mean, you had waste down here that got put outside the permitted limit way back because you didn't have survey control points in place to avoid you do that. You know, it's easy to get outside your permitted waste limits quickly. You have to look at transfer stations to move your MSW. This is to manage your C&D. You're going to have both waste streams, I think, you know. Continuing, so you have to put them on a parallel.
But wouldn't it be easier to do one, rather do this than the transfer station first, you don't think, or whatever?
This is going to be easier than the transfer station.
All right.
Your costs for your transfer station are going to be significant. I mean, contracting, if you guys are going to contract that out for construction,
Right.
you're going to have to go through the same bidding process. Probably pre-qualifying contractors and doing all that as well. Because that's not going to be a cheap, 1.52 million for the transfer station. What are you guys looking at for that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a significant project.
Okay.
Hopefully I kind of answered what I could today.
No, I appreciate it. And,
you know,
that would, my only concern, if you could, it's hard to give estimated numbers. I mean, if you could just maybe give us a little bit higher number than what you would anticipate with saying these could be extra, just so we.
I'm committing to the 25 right now to get done what I have listed here. But, you know, if the one outlier is going to be the the last item, putting this, doing the CQA services. If we want to make that oversight and CQA, then
Well, I think that's, I mean, don't you guys feel? I don't think it's our forte to get involved in this at all. Maybe let Sean act as a owner's rep for us and speak for us.
what I would recommend, and I can revise this, is we hold, I revise this and not cost out the CQA for this right now in this change order.
Okay.
I just cost out everything up to getting the bid design done and getting the bids done.
Okay.
And then you guys can determine if you want us to do oversight and CQA, then our number.
As we've got our bids, so that we know what exactly we're looking at, who we're working with.
Yeah. I mean, I would, just to do these top items, taking that out, it's probably gonna be about 15. I'll go in and revise this just to include those items and shoot this back over to Sean for you guys to approve. And then we'll move the CQA and oversight down to future services.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you, yeah,
That'll work for me.
I don't want to, I'm not trying to slow you down or anything.
No, you aren't slowing it down. It won't take me much once I get back to the office to revise this and modify it to meet that. And I'll just push the CQA. I'll call it oversight and or CQA to future services, and we'll not put any dollars or time limits on it at this point. And then once we figure out after we have the bids, how you want us to help you guys, we'll tailor it to what you guys need. Comes down to more time we have to spend on it, higher the cost.
Of course.
Well, this is all new to us, so.
And it changes. It's different with every site. Like I've got 4 expansions going on right now across the state. And each one of them is different.
Well, appreciate you coming in. You got anything for us? You got any questions for us, concerns?
No, I don't. I'm just glad. I appreciate the time to come in. It's easier to sit down and do it this way because, like I said, there are a lot of moving parts, and I need to understand, what you guys want. So we give you what you need, And we'll be working with Sean on this one.
Thank you, Tony.
Hopefully that helps clarify where we're at, what we need to be doing.
I think so. So do you need something signed? Or I guess you're going to read it.
I'll redo that change order to fit. Just get those other items there and then you guys can approve that. And we'll have to get with, Bill Boo over at Cornerstone and figure out what his cost is going to be for the surveying. So.
Okay.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I have an answer back from Chad on the rock testing of the materials. They have an Lenexa office, but also there's a firm closer in Paola, Baldridge Engineering. He did answer that the Corps of Engineer permit is what he's on 900. The DWR permit came in about 2 weeks ago. He's checking back on the Corps permit and going to get back with me. He's also working on the KDOT proposal for functional class changes for Linn County. And once he gets with them and works out those questions he has with them, he's sending back that documentation for you to sign. If you'd like, based on the fact that they have a Lenexa office and there's a Paola office closer with another engineering company, if you give me the parameters of what you'd like me to check on, I'll check on prices and bring those back to you next week.
I'm good with it.
Are you looking at quarterly? Are you looking at project? Are you looking at sampling each query? I mean,
I think it's do it at a random time, right? I mean,
I just, do like a random check. Maybe we could do it first right off on all of them, and then just a random check. What do you guys think?
I'm okay with that.
Yep.
I think they'd probably want to know or anticipate how many
Samples.
a year so I could get some kind of pricing from them. If we check them all, you know, you're talking about checking AB3 for all of them or 3/4 for all of them. Could we say somewhere in the ballpark of 15 samples a year?
I think that
Should be enough, shouldn't
We
it?
can check and see what the cost is and
yeah.
Go from there.
base it off of that, can't we?
Yep.
Check and see what 15 is.
I'll work with that and bring a number back to you hopefully next week if they can get those out to me.
Okay.
How do you get this to go up? Huh?
Entertains.
Oh, sorry.
Right there.
It's-
I need your pen.
Well, there's something I just want to go over. Something that's been going on for a while, I believe. This is me in a public comment, not as a commissioner. I feel like, well, first of all, I want to thank Linn County News for printing facts all the time and not being biased. And I think you guys write good articles. I appreciate it, Barb. As far for the Linn County Journal, I think that they are garbage. That's my personal opinion. This is Danny McCullough talking. So I think that they have an agenda, I believe. I feel like that they do not like Gemini. And there's articles every single week being wrote about us. To a point where it affected my two little boys, my 5 and 7-year-old at school or at the pool somewhere. I don't know where it happened, but there was an article wrote here a while back about Hell's Bend. And let's see. I don't really know how to do this stuff. In their article right here, it states that Johnson and McCullough are knowingly putting some of the citizens at risk in death or serious injury. I had my boys had some little friends come up to them and say that their daddy was going to hurt people if I didn't fix this bridge. So I called Roger about it and I voiced my concern. I thought it was a garbage article. I felt like that there's a lot of stuff that they had no clue about what we were doing behind closed doors. And we end up saving the county how much money?
250,000.
Over 250 probably.
And here it says, however, the protect all the citizens, or no, it says, neither McCullough or Johnson have given good objective reasons for their refusal to fund the Hell's Bridge project. Well, just because we didn't give a reason at that time doesn't mean that we didn't have things going on behind closed doors. So I feel like that their facts or they're not facts at all actually, but I feel like that they were trying to defame Gemini. In the last year, they've never called me. They've never asked my opinion. And there's just so much. I'll go over some of it. I'm going to probably lose track of some of it, but and then there was an article wrote. So there's an article wrote this last week about the Cora request, and I feel like their Cora or her or Charlene Sims's Cora request was very inside, I guess, if you will, because everybody named in this Cora request right here on the screen is people that were anti-solar or that was on the planning and zoning that spoke out against it. And she wanted emails regarding all of that, which I think that's not okay.
What was her cost for that core request, Dave?
I believe it ended up being $360.
And I would like to see do we have a policy on our Cora request? Is there a written policy on what we charge, timeframes? Because
How do we, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I got a question. How do we screenshot some core requests and then
require other ones to turn
require
their phone
phones and everything else on others?
Well, that I think was the original one where you're talking about screenshots. We didn't know that service was available from the sheriff's office at the
Well, can we
time.
go back and do the same thing on that one?
I don't have a problem with it.
I'm just asking. There's multiple things there that if the service is there, maybe we should go back and do the same thing on all of them if that's what we're going to do.
I complied with how I was told to comply.
I'm not saying you didn't. I'm not saying that.
And that just kind of leads me into my next item is, whenever Charlene and Roger Sims thought that Jim and I were colluding together because it all started, it started with solar. If you're anti-solar, they state in this core request right here that they wanted emails and everything, which is an inside deal because how would she know that Daniel Ernest's name's in there? And how would she know he is against solar? But besides being on the committee, which is why I made the motion last week to remove her, because I don't feel like that she's very open-minded. She stood in here and she harassed Allie Hamilton, Emily Theus and her husband. There's been other instances where there's another business in Lacine that put an order against them so they can't use their name in any of their articles anymore. It's just ridiculous is what they're doing. And it's starting to affect me as a person and it's affecting my family. And then when it starts affecting my family, that's not okay with me anymore. That knowingly putting some of these citizens at risk or of death or serious injury. That is crazy to me. Was there ever a report on the bridge stating that it was in such bad shape that we should stop putting people across it?
It was posted how many ton the bridge was. And it's been that way for quite some time. We didn't change anything on as far as the posting of the load limit.
And when my two little boys, my 5 and 7-year-old says, Daddy, why are you trying to kill people? That's not okay at all. I think it's very unprofessional that this article right here on the screen is very unprofessional. I think that Charlene asking for all these core requests is very unprofessional and inside move on her end. And she shouldn't be on the planning and zoning committee. That's why I made a motion to remove her. We had Allie Hamilton and them come in here one time, Mark Briggs and Emily. And I don't know who did the verbal request or verbal, what would you call it? The verbal complaint of how she acted towards them. And we did nothing about it. And then she came in here the following week and tried to get back at him and we tried to stop the situation. But so anytime we go against what their beliefs are, there's an article wrote about us. I'm going to go through another one. This week they wrote about, they got Jim's phone. They went through it and they utilized their core request to write an article in their newspaper about us. And how Jim and I, actually I'll read it. So there's a few things I'm going to go in over here. Go over. Commissioners may have violated Open Meeting Act. 2 Linn County commissioners appear to have been texting each other outside of their scheduled public meeting. This is initial finding of the Kansas Open Act request by the Linn County Journal. The records indicate that Commissioner Chair Danny McCullough, Commissioner Jim Johnson, and District 2 candidate Rod Ernest are part of a texting group that discussed county businesses, including issues about specific employees whose employment they wanted to terminate, which is a lie. That's not a fact. I have proof. Although the information came from Johnson's cell phone, most of the conversation contained in the report came from McCullough and Ernest, because I am the chair and I felt like that it was my job to respond back to a citizen that was not happy with what was going on over there. He's a taxpayer. Johnson's replies have been deleted either internally or have been encrypted. How would they know that? That's not a fact either. Like, so she's defaming Jim again.
Well, they're going to have to answer to that one. So
records from Commissioner Jason Hightowers had no red flags that would indicate he was making contact with other commissioners outside the commission chambers. The core request also requests information on several individuals that may have been contacting the commissioners regarding Mr. Johnson's records from Johnson's phone indicate he was almost daily in contact with Mark Briggs, which that's his right. He can do whatever he wants.
that's another one she'll answer, or they will answer to, because, you know, I feel that they stepped on my privacy rights by who I am talking to.
I agree. And I feel like that I'll get to my feelings on it. But on May 29th, the Linn County Journal filed a request for information from all the commissioners, county and private cell phones, as well as emails. The request came after it became apparent from conversation during open meetings that some commissioners had prior knowledge of an issue or actions. Also of concern was McCullough's discussions that he was receiving messages during open meeting and direct discussions according to those messages, none of which was accessible by the public. Johnson refused to take a county phone, blah, blah, blah. Says, McCullough has refused to hand over his phones, even his county phone, and he is consulting with an attorney on the issue. McCullough has been observer of both phones in front of him during the meetings. I do, so I'm gonna address that. I have a 5 and a 7-year-old that I'm a divorced single dad, and I will keep my phone. I mean, nobody here will tell me differently. I own 2 different businesses, and I run them businesses off my phone. So that doesn't give anybody else the right to look at my personal phone. I took a county phone because they put the web number on the website. It's not my fault people don't get on there. It's not my fault that Rod Ernest texts Jim and I, which I have right here. Well, you can't see it. Actually, you can see it because Jim, so Rod is the gray. It talks about how we wanted to terminate an employee. That's not a fact either. So that's still Rod. This is him mad about the roads, which he had the right to do that. So this is me. It says, him complaining, I'm the green. I said, I will deal with it today. As you can see in the video, Jim and I are just as frustrated as everyone else. We are dealing with this countywide. I apologize about the inconvenience. I will deal with it. And then the second green one says, I've been out of town since Monday, but I'm headed home this morning. I will make a priority to swing by today. Then Rod continues on. You notice there's one right down here at the very bottom. There's a number, and I don't know whose number that is because I don't have Jim Johnson's phone number in my phone. 620-496-6550. Is that yours?
That's mine.
What I see a thumbs up. There's no communication here because he gave acknowledgement to maybe a friend, maybe a pissed off citizen.
What does thumbs up mean? Just depends.
I have nothing to hide. I'm not running to be a commissioner anymore. I don't delete nothing. Nobody gets my personal phone. This is the conversation that we had. So her facts are bullshit, is what I'm saying. So with all that being said, it just continues to be an issue. And it's affected my little boys, which they didn't ask me to come be a commissioner, to come up here and act like fools every single Monday. They didn't ask for that. And I didn't ask for their little friends to go ask them to tell them that their daddy is killing people. What kind of shit is that? No wonder nobody wants to be a damn commissioner in the county anywhere in America because of this bullshit that goes on. People like the Sims. I think it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever read in my life, some of these articles. There's been over 30 articles wrote about us commissioners since they've started their thing online. Well, from what I've read, or what I counted last night. I think that my personal opinion is they had an agenda against Jim. They don't like Jim. They wrote more articles about him than anybody else. I feel like they wanted to defame him so that he didn't win his district again. I don't think that's fair to Jim. I think it's bullshit. And if I was Jim, I would sue them like none other. That's my opinion.
Well, I'm not gonna show my hand right here, but I think it would be, they probably get some
And
repercussions from what they put in the paper.
I'm sad that I see them stating the things they do that aren't facts. If they were facts, I mean, I'd be all about whatever, put whatever you want. I don't care what people have to say about me, but if they're not facts and what they put in their newspaper is crazy to me. And that's why I think the Linn County News, I know we don't see eye to eye all the time, but they put the facts. I appreciate them. I'd do business with them any day.
Well, I'll go one step with that too, Danny. I've been compared to Larry Hall multiple times in that paper too, in the public or in the opinion page of it. Multiple times I've been compared to Larry Hall, and I don't feel that I am. I've asked questions. I've asked hard questions a lot of times that people don't want to answer, and it's just questions, that I'm getting asked from people in the county. So,
And Jason, I'm not picking on you, but imagine if when the whole eating dinner with the solar people would have, so Jim and I would have done that. I know there would have been an article over that about us. I mean, I'm happy that you have a good relationship with them. I'm not saying nothing against you. I'm just saying that, do they call you and ask you for your opinion on things? Do they ask you anything? Because there's been many a times where it states that, well, Commissioner Hightower had this as a comment or statement.
She has reached out to me for an article, and I have returned her phone calls.
Yep, they've not called me in the last year. They called me before the whole solar thing started all the time, telling me they're doing a good job when Jim and I weren't seeing eye to eye, which is crazy to me. And then I felt like that they think that we colluded together, Jim and I colluded together about trying to take over this chair spot again. I had nothing to do with it. I sat right here multiple times that I felt like that if I went back to chair, we could maybe try to get the meetings moving forward because of the nepotism thing that Jim has been high on about you and your wife, which I feel like the meetings have gone very well. And I'd say that 2 or 3 times sitting right here. It had nothing to do with people saying that Jim and I text over. Not one time. I don't even have Jim's number. I stated that. I felt like that it was a good move. It was nothing against you. You run a way better meeting than me. I'll admit that. I'm not the most professional meeting runner in the world, but I feel like that it's by getting you out of the chair, me coming back here, it's kind of eliminated that. I hope you feel the same way. And it has nothing against you. It has nothing against anything. You'd run a better meeting. I just feel like that it's me coming back here has really helped move the meetings along. That's my opinion. But I feel like that they've made articles over here or on their website that Jim and I colluded together to make that happen.
What have I done? I've sat over here and tried to continue to do what I feel like I'm supposed to do, which is participate in the meetings, and I haven't complained or.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying. No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just trying to get it all out there. Why I'm feeling the way I do about.
I know, but I'm just telling you that I've moved on from it. I'm not sitting over here bitter.
No, I know you're not. I know you're not, but I know there was an article wrote about it. I'm just stating why I did what I did or why I'm saying what I'm saying. A news source should be credible and accurate. A good news source should write about what's relevant in the county, and they should be diverse in their coverage.
Should write the facts,
and
not the opinion.
They should be doing investigations to find the
That's
facts.
what I'm saying.
And they don't.
It isn't about an opinion. It's about facts.
And I'm probably, by talking about this, I'm probably bringing them more publicity than they deserve because they only have like 10 readers on each post. So you're welcome. But I just, I wanted to state that as Danny McCullough, not as a commissioner. I have an opinion just like everybody else. I'm a person just like everybody else. I bleed just like everybody else. And when people state the things they have, whenever the only thing I've been trying to do in this county is make it better, it really pisses me off. And that's part of the reason why I'm not running to be a commissioner anymore. And I feel bad for whoever gets in this seat, and I feel bad for you two. I know you guys go through every day, and it sucks. And it has not been easy. When I entered as a commissioner, I had big goals. But now I know why people don't like politics. It's because of this garbage stuff right here. These type of people that try to bring this county down whenever we sit up here, we don't make no money at this. You guys know that. We take ass chewings. We argue with each other every single day. There's just so much stuff that goes on behind closed doors that people don't even see. But then they want to run their mouths and write articles that are ridiculous. I have no respect for people like that. I mean, I could keep on going on all day about it, but I think I've said what I needed to. And again, I would ask that you guys take into consideration your opinion on, or your stance on Charlene Sims being on the Planning and Zoning Committee. She's we removed Teresa Miller off of a committee one time because she was bullying. I feel like that Charlene bullies. I feel like that she's got inside source information that she used against us. And I don't think that's right. And if you read that query request that I had up there, it's everybody that was opposed to solar.
How do you feel about it, Jason? About what Danny's saying? You removed somebody from the board?
Yeah.
Because why?
Because I felt like he was bullying other members. I'd heard from multiple other members and things that way. I'd also experienced it myself.
What do you think she's doing?
Is she calling them outside of the meetings?
I don't know. I'm asking.
Because that's what I was. That's what I was basing mine on, Jim.
That he was making phone calls outside the meeting and bullying people?
Yes.
I feel like that Charlene asking for a query request is because everybody thought different than her is the most ridiculous type of bullying there is.
Okay.
And you know, in the state, well, McCullough hasn't gave his phones. I'm not giving my personal phone. They can do whatever they want. This is my personal phone. I have a county number on the county. It's not my fault that people call this number. You Google my name, this is the number that comes up, and I'm sorry for that. I can't answer the phone and be like, nope, stop calling me. You got to call me on this number. That's not how it works. So I feel like it's none of her business was on my phone. And to say that I haven't turned my phone over, since I got back from my trip, whenever that all went down, there's not been one person asked me to turn anything over.
Do you feel, Jason, what she's doing is the right thing to the other two commissioners? Or her paper, or their paper?
I haven't given that any thought whatsoever, Jim.
Well, there's false statements, multiple false statements there.
I don't necessarily read either one of the newspapers.
I don't either. I mean, I got that sent to me because
I feel like I'm living it. I don't need anybody's recap.
Well, I feel what she stated or what was stated in the paper, whether it was Roger or her wrote it, it's false.
Okay.
But it's lies is what it is, because it isn't truth what was written there. You know, and if it just state the facts is all I ask. I mean,
I wouldn't have a thing to say if it was fact.
If it was fact, I don't have a problem with it. But you know what they stated there, and I feel that I got my personal life trumped on.
I can see that.
I do. I feel that way.
I agree, Jim, and that's what that
Because,
first article,
you know, it isn't anything about what was put in there. It isn't county business, you know, and I feel, and I turned my personal phone and I mean, I really didn't like turning it in but I was the one that chose to have one phone. I know that, you know, but it don't matter. I mean, they asked for all of them, whatever you did. And I just, and then they put it in the paper, Roger does what it is. And I just don't feel the things that they put in there had no business. You know, it was her opinion or their opinion that was written in the paper. Whether it's Roger or Charlene, I don't know who wrote it, but it was their opinion. It isn't the facts.
and like I stated, I'm not opposed to turning over my county phone. I got it right here. I don't know who wants it. They want us to turn and this is what confuses me, was they asked for all this stuff and they wanted us to turn to the sheriff's office and then it would go to you, David, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the two offices that if there was ever a court case that we'd have to set in and make decision on, right? Would we have to make, so if there's ever some kind of legal action that with the sheriff's department, with the state or whoever, would we not have to set in it and represent the county, right?
I asked this too, which I realize it's changed since then, but why was I not given a copy of the same thing from my phone that she got?
Can give you a copy and
I'm just saying, I asked for that, not from you, but it was asked that when I turned it over, and that was the attorney. But to me, if both sides should add what was turned over, I feel. Would that be fair?
I think that's fair. And that's why I wanted to see what our policy was on these.
Well, we don't, our policy isn't anything, because one time we screenshot it, and the next
Exactly.
time we turn in phones. I mean, our policy is nothing, so I don't know, I don't know where that comes from myself, but why we do one thing one time and then the next completely different.
And that's where Mark and I did not agree. Our old attorney was, Jason, and it's not against you. You were told you did what you're supposed to. You did screenshots. They wanted our personal phone.
And then she states that I deleted things off of mine, and they know nothing of what I deleted. They don't have any idea. They stated that I deleted it. How can they prove I deleted anything? I mean, that's what I say. That statement's false. They do not know.
So I just wanted to bring this up because it's affected my family. It's affected me. And I feel bad for Jim that he's had to go through all this stuff during his campaign, and I feel like that it was a knock at Jim, trying to knock him off path of getting his seat back, and that's wrong. They should be ashamed of themselves, my opinion. So that's really all I have to say. And
You still feel like you want to take her off, Danny?
I do. That was my opinion as Danny McCullough. Now I'm back as a commissioner, and I still make a motion that we remove Charlene Sims off the Planning and Zoning Committee based on this core request, what she asked for, her insight information, her bullying of people, and her unprofessionalism of her website and her husband's that represent Linn County.
How do you feel about that, Jason?
I'm still opposed to it.
Would you be opposed to it if it was written about you?
I haven't came out and made any. I mean,
if it was written about you, that kind of stuff, how would you feel about it?
I would not be happy.
Would you second it?
No.
You wouldn't, why did you do it on Mike then?
because I had felt it firsthand.
You felt it firsthand.
Yes.
But if you felt it firsthand this time, you wouldn't, is what you're saying then? Why would you feel it one time and then not the next?
It only takes two, Jim.
I know, I'm not saying that. You're not going to change my mind. I'm just asking you to give
Okay.
your opinion. Why would you do it one time and then not the next time? You felt it one time.
I did.
You felt it and you took him right off. But you know, this time, if you felt it again, you wouldn't do the same thing you did last time.
So I would have never have taken him off had I not had other people voice that same concern. Does that
You
make
got
sense?
Danny voicing the same concern, right?
I hear you.
So what's the
you've got your
difference? What are
two
you
votes.
weighing here with?
Yeah, and I have the facts
I'm
of
not.
what was pulled and what was asked for. And it's crazy to me you don't feel like that's, I feel like you don't have my back, number one. Number two, I feel like it's crazy that you don't see what's going on here with her open, like, have you read that? Did you read that? Did you get that?
Read the article?
No, did you read the open what she submitted and what she wanted for all the people?
No.
Yeah, well, I did because I asked for it, and it's right there. And it is every single person in that committee. Did you know who voted to send the regulation or whatever their vote was? Did you know who was for it or opposed against it individually? She did. They're noted right there, and you can tell.
Okay.
That's not inside information.
You
Or
guys
you're
are
supposed to
welcome
be-
to do what you think is right.
Well, I'm trying. I'm trying to.
So you don't think it's right removing her, but you thought it was okay to remove Mike, is what you're saying? I'm just asking what you're
I
thinking
feel like
about
this
this.
is 10
I'd like
times
to
the
know.
case that we had against Mike. So
It was okay to remove Mike, but it isn't okay to remove her?
You know, I mean, when somebody's calling you and telling you that Jim's going to make your life a living hell, if you don't listen to me, that we're brothers and things that way, you know, has he tried to push through the zoning regulations?
He called you and said that, is that what you said?
That's what I'm saying, Jim.
He called you and said that.
Yeah. You and him were like brothers, that you would make my life a living hell. You know, it's pretty much came to fruition.
You know, when you make those kind of accusations, Jason, then I got to stand up and say something. I did call you, but I never said anything like that ever. But I will tell you this, that when it got to the point when I got removed, actually it was before that, I had members of the Planning and Zoning Committee contact me and tell me that Charlene was contacting them to find out if I had called them and coerced them into my point of view. And you and Richard Morrell, who was the chairman of the Planning and Zoning Board, were the only people that I ever contacted outside of a meeting about planning and zoning issues, other than I called Charlene one time because I apologized to her because I felt like I came down a little bit difficult on her. And this is what she told me. She said, "You didn't make me look bad. You just made yourself look bad." And this is where we're at right now.
So your motion's on the table and needing a second, right, Danny?
I do.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. Any more discussion?
Nope.
That's discouraging, Jason. I thought with all these facts and what you see going on, I mean, I probably wouldn't either. They'd write a newspaper article about you, so you probably made a good decision. But all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 2-1. Well, I've stated everything I need to today. And I don't know David, I don't know who I asked, who I return my emails and my phone into, but I'm in no way, in no shape or form trying to hold anything from anybody. All I got to do is ask. Something I believe in. that is wrong, I'm not going to go to that source and say, here, you want my phone? Even though I don't agree with it, you want the damn thing, ask for it. I'll give it to whoever I need to. All you guys got to do. With that being said, I'll make a motion that we adjourn for the day.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And this is next week.
Yes.
Wear real shoes, right? I can tell you up front, I hate dealing with open record stuff like this. Anything I've done was on the advice of council when we still had one, and it's, I mean, obviously not my deal.
Is that still on?
Yeah.